Tēnei te ruru te kaukau nei ki hai mahititi ki hai mārakaraka. Te upoko nui a te ruru te rekou, he pō he ao kāwatia a tihei wa mauriora. Anei te mihi ki a koutou katoa, e hara mai ana I raro I te kaupapa nei, no reira koutou mā, he whakatau tēnei ki a koutou. Koutou hoki mai te nota, a te whānau o te pono o te kōrero. He mihi tēnei ki a koutou nau mai, hara mai ki Murihiku. Hara mai I raro I te tahuhu o ngā whare, ka whare runaka o Murihiku, ora ka parima, ka tū mai te whare te moana, a warua ka tū mai te whare o tahu Potiki. Hoko nui ka tū mai te whare o te kairama. Ka taino ki konei te whare o te raki tauneke, waihopai runaka e mihi ana ki a koutou. Nō reira koutou mā, e whakatau tēnei ki a koutou. E mihi tēnei ki a rātou e wehi atu ki te era taha o te arai. Rātou mā, e pia tātea I runga I te pō. Rātou mā e moi ana, moi mai, o ki ai. Nō reira, kia rātou, ka kahui o te matariki, haere atura. Hari ki waiki nui, ki waiki roa, ki waiki pāmama. Nō reira, apiti ono tātai hono rātou, te hunga mate ki a rātou. Apiti ono tātai hono tātou, te ngora ki a tātou. Ati hei mauriara. Nō reira, ko te kaupapa I mui a tātou, he kaupapa whakahirahira. He kaupapa nui ki a tātou, mo te ao nei, mo te ao hururu, nō reira, kia koutou mā, nau mai, hara mai. Aha ko te taumaho o te kōrero, he kōrero. Koena te me nui ki a tātou ki te kōrero, ki te pā mai, te wairoa o te tinana, nō reira koutou mā, anō nei. Nei anō, hara mai. Hara mai koutou, I raro I tēnei kaupapa, nō reira, mihi tēnei kia koutou, anō nei, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kahuri.
Nā reira, tēnei te tūake, te mihi ake ki a tātou, ko whakatōpu mai nei, raro te piringa o tēnei o ngā whare whakahirahira, o anō ko tāku noa e whakutu nei ngā mihi ki a koe kei te matua. O te rā koutou, koutou no te waipaunamu, o te rā no te whakamāwi, o te rā tērā o ngā waka tāki timu I haere, ki raro, ka hoki mai rā ki runga, ta paina nei ngā ingo o ngā tūpuna, no reira e mihi ana, kei aku nui, kei aku rahi, tēnā koutou. O te rā mihi mai ki a mātou, te kapa a Real Talk, me ki mātou hara mai rā I tawhiti, I te upoko te ika, ko e tahi anō kua tai mai rā I KAIKŌRERO, no reira tātou hara mai I tawhiti, tai mai rā ki tēnei wāhi miharo me ki, te wāhi e whiti kaha mai a tama nui te rā, no reira e mihi ana ki a koutou katoa, o te rā mihi mai rā ki a mātou. Ai tautuku nei ngā mihi ki a tātou nei tini aitua. O te rātou kua hinga atu, kua hinga mai, nā reira tangihia ngā kākā haitara, ngā manu kaiwa, kua ruku ki te kōkō waia hini nui te pō, ki te huinga o te kahirangi, o te rā kairera rā rātou oki ai. E kia nā rā te kōrero, tū te maunga, tū te ao, tū te pō, tū mai te tangata a ngaro noa. Anō reira e kore te aroha o rātou mā e waikurutia. Anā reira ka hoki anō rā ngā mihi kia koutou ngā ahi kā o te whenua. O te rā koutou e whakakā nei te ahi, kia hi kāka nei te ngākau, kia maia, kia mātou, kia rangatira ai te tū. Nō reira, kei Ngā Rangatahi e hao mai nei, tēnā koutou. Tēnā koutou, mō koutou tēnei kaupapa, mō Ngā Rangatahi, nō reira kia kaha te ariari taringa mai, o te rā ki ngā KAIKŌRERO, ki ngā pū kōrero e tū I mua nei I a koutou I tēnei pō. Hono ko tāku no hei whakarite nei a tātou, ka tākina tētihi reo maioha ki a tātou tūpuna, ka mutu, ka taki tū te kapa nei, He waiata, ka mutu tērā ana ka whakahoke nei ki tō tātou kai whakapāho mo te pō. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Mai e te tupua, mai e te tawhito, mai e te kahui o ngā riki, mai e ta whiwhira ki ngā tua. O I ka tākine te mauri, ko te mauri ahu no mai ki runga ki nei taura, ki runga ki nei taura. Ka tākina mai rā te mauri ki runga ki nei tamahine, ki runga ki nei tamatāne. He tukuna no te whai ororo, tānei te waiora. Tēnei te matatau ka eke whakatū tārewa ki te rangi uhi wero. Tau mai te mauri, haumi e hui e, tae ki e. Kia ora tātou. Puria nei. Ana reira ka kapo ai ngā kupururu o tērā o ngā waita, kia mākere ngā here, kia mākere nei I ngā mamai, ana kia hiki, kia noa, ko tātou tēnei e tau nei, haumi e hui e, tae ki e. Kia ora tātou. You want me to translate all of that? Right? No?
Tēnā tātou. Quick translation. I said hello. He said sure. Nice and easy. Tēnā tātou. Good evening. Hello. How's it going? Okay. We're going to do something a little different here. Whānau. We're going to become a whānau tonight. This is how we're going to do it. Step one. We're going to come a bit closer. So I'm going to ask you all, please stand up. Please fill up the first 3 rows if you can. Haramai. Haramai whānau. Haramai. I know you just got comfy. Renee's going, no. Your 4th row, you've got to come to the 3rd. Haramai whānau, haramai. Come and fill up the front rows, please. If you fill up the front rows, you'll get a prize faster. How's everyone doing, all right? Ka pai? Ka pai. Oh, see, this is better. Haramai. Haramai. Okay. Now, usually on the marae, and this is just for some cultural education here, usually on the marae what we would do is that we would go around and do the old mihi mihi, the whole thing. But we're not going to do that now because that would take 3 hours. And we've got a lot of speakers to get through. So what I'd love for you to do right now is turn to someone you do not know, in front of you, behind you, to the side of you, and mihi atu. Find out their name, where they're from, ka pai, and karawhiua. Kapai, if just someone you don't know. Hey, kapai, stop gas bagging, whānau, jeez. Okay, everyone meet someone? Did everyone meet someone? Okay, so what that does, whānau, it makes us closer. So we now know someone that we didn't know before we walked in. And what you can do with that, it's endless. But the best thing is, you can borrow $10 later. Kapai? Okay? Because that's what you do with whānau. Cuz I borrowed $10. Che, too much. Okay. Whānau, as you can see, there's a lot of empty seats up the back there. But that's okay. Because what we're going to do is that we're intimate now. This is going to be an intimate setting. What I want you to know is that I want you to know this. This is a safe space. Kapai? Can you say safe space? Can you say it without the like I'm doing it? Safe space? Safe space. Kapai. Okay. So it's a safe space, whānau. This is for us to be able to listen, to have a kōrero, to talk, because it's all about the real talk, not the other stuff. Because we're all about the real talk. Kapai? Kapai. Whānau to my Caucasian whānau. There'll be a lot of Māori words that are being used. If you don't know what they mean, kapai, safe space. Just ask. And that's what we're here for. All good? Whānau, I want you to give a big hand to Lucy, who was giving us some beautiful waiata earlier. Now, Lucy's available for birthdays, bar mitzvahs, weddings, and all of that. Just come see me. I'll be her new manager. She doesn't know this yet. But she's amazing. So thank you very much, Lucy. Ngā mihi atu ki a koe. Awesome voice. Okay. So, whānau, we're going to get on with it. We've got some prizes to give away too. And we're going to work out how we're going to do that. But we also got some people in the audience who flew all the way from Hamilton, I understand. Kei a koutou. Where are you fellas? You fly from Hamilton? Hamilton? KAIKŌRERO? Yep. And you brought your whānau that live here? Mean. So our sister over here, our young sister over here, went to Real Talk in Hamilton, KAIKŌRERO, loved it so much, flew to Invercargill to bring her whānau here. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Did you have to pay for your own ticket? No? Good. Thank you, TPK. Ka pai, tēnā tātou. Okay. Whānau, we're just going to get into our first KAIKŌRERO for tonight. So the KAIKŌRERO is our first speaker. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, whānau mā, Pania ka. Now I wish I had some better lighting and glasses. Let's go. No, that doesn't work. Oh, yeah, here we go. Here we go. So Tania is a tumuaki and the driving force behind Real Talk Kaupapa. There's a lot on here that she would do it more justice than I would. So I'm going to pass it over to Tania. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Tania Ka.
You can dim the lights a bit now. I like it like intimate. this guy skipped through all the, slideshows that you're... So, Lucy, give it up for Lucy again. Matua Damien. Te Puni Kōkiri, have we got Jan Ormsby in the audience? Carl, anyone from Te Puni Kōkiri? Oh, kia ora. And I just wanted to reiterate what Raniera said, that this is a safe space. And some of the kōrero that you hear tonight may be triggering. We call it real talk because it is real talk, and we talk about kōrero that some of us have been told to sweep under the carpet, but not on our watch. So there will be swearing, there will be some sensitive kōrero, and we do have some support representatives in the room. So if you get triggered, has everyone got a tautoko in the audience? Are you here with somebody? Is there anyone here that is by themselves? Carl, awesome. Yeah, so if you get triggered and you need someone to talk to, you need someone to awhi or take care of you tonight, then just come and see us with the Real Talk lanyards or the real cool hoodie jumpsuits on, and we will make sure that we redirect you. But the kōrero, like Ra said before, is important that we kōrero and don't keep things to ourselves, because that's how it builds up and it builds up. So on the back of your pamphlets, if you don't have a pamphlet, there are more out in the hallway at half-time, but there are numbers, so if you get triggered or if you need to utilize those numbers in the future, then they're there for you. We've also made a list here of your local support services also, so if you want to screenshot this, we will have this run throughout the night as well, so this will show up a couple of times in the slideshow, but if you need to screenshot this, that is there for you. Michaela. So Raniera talked about Michaela, and I just want to take this opportunity to bring Michaela to the stage because she came all the way from Kirikiriroa, Hamilton, and I'd like to pass the mic over.
Kia ora koutou. So I'll just reiterate, I went to Real Talk Waikato, inspired me so much, lit a fire within me, and I wanted to bring my whānau down here. Hopefully they'll take something away from it. Hopefully you guys will too. And I just wanted to give back, and I brought a gift with me to donate, to give to someone in the audience today. Some beautiful earrings for Tani. If you don't want to win this, you might be able to give it to your mum, your auntie, your wife, whoever. But before I give this away, I just want to just say a big thank you to Tanya and all the Real Talk whānau for getting these things together, getting out there, and just like breaking the stigma behind the real taboo subjects that we all keep behind locked doors, So can we just give a big, massive round of applause to all the Real Talk whānau, their awhi, and all the hard work that they do. Thank you. We really appreciate you guys. So I'm going to give these to someone in the audience who can tell me what inspires them, what lights a fire within them. Does anyone want to come up? Yep.
My babies.
There we go. I'll go get the thing for you. Thank you.
Ngā mihi nui kia koe, Michaela. Thank you for coming and bringing your whānau. Thank you. And yes. And we are a little bit behind with our prizes, so let's just give another one away. Oh, that was easy. There you go. You win. So, Tanya Carr, that is me. So I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey. See, I used to tell my story. When we first started Real Talk, I used to come and I used to be on stage and I used to share my story. And I've decided that the stage isn't a place for me anymore because mo ngā rangatahi. So I like to put my time into the rangatahi, coaching them to get on stage and share their story. So that's why you'll hear from some of our rangatahi KAIKŌRERO tonight. We've got Hunter from all the way from Queenstown. Kia ora, Hunter. And we've got David. He came from, what's that? Ranfurly. And Georgia from Dunedin. So they are rangatahi speakers. And then we've got Pania te Paiho, who has come down from Palmerston. And we've got Timoti, who came from Nelson. So they're all going to plant some seeds in your minds tonight, and it's up to you to take away from their kōrero what you need for your kete. But the seeds I'm going to plant with you is the reason why Real Talk exists. And for years, in my whare, I grew up in Cannons Creek in Puriroa. Does anyone know where Puriroa is? Yep. So I grew up in Cannons Creek in Puriroa. And my dad was in the Mongol mob. So our environment was at times not a safe environment, and we saw things as children that we should never be subject to. And things happen in our whare. And we're told to shut our mouths and keep it a secret. And so I would go to school with black eyes. I would be absent from school. And I didn't talk about it because I was told to shut up or I fell off my bike. But the problem was that nobody asked me, why is your eye black? And I don't know if it's because they saw so much of it in our environment, they didn't ask those questions, but it taught me just to keep it quiet. And so I lived my life in that environment. This is my whānau. Tokore māku taina, ko au te matāmoa. I'm the oldest of 6 children. This one in the middle here is my matāmoa. She's my daughter. She's 28 years old, and she's in the audience in the middle there. She's going to timekeep for us, making sure we stick to schedule. This is the driving force behind why I do what I do, why we do what we do, is because our tamariki, our children, we want to break the cycle. And I'm not saying we're perfect, because there's some shit that still happens in our whānau that we are dealing with. But we're not keeping secrets anymore. So this is the driving force. So when I was 42 years old, yes, I'm an old lady. Sorry for those that are older than me. Sorry, I'll take that back. I'm Pākeke. I'm not a rangatahi anymore. Well, I think that I am. I feel that I am. But when I was 42 years old, one of my sisters was a social worker. And she was like, sis, I've got this group of young Māori Wāhine, and I need you to come and tell them that there is a light at the end of the tunnel, that you don't have to live in that cycle, that you can do and be and live anything that you could ever want. And so I walked in there and I'm like, got my red high heels on, my red lipstick, my blonde hair, my suit, you know, because I was like a professional. And nobody would look at me. And I was like, what the fuck? And then it clicked. Hello? They think you're from Winds? They think you're from Oranga Tamariki or something, coming to, lecture them about something. And I hadn't told my story before. So all these years, for 42 years, I've held this yuck inside me. And on this day, I told my story, every bit of, just the stuff that I could share. And on that day, I felt a weight lift from my shoulders. I saw the tears flowing in their eyes. The tears was flowing from my eyes. And they were like, Whaia, can we tell our story too? And I knew right then there's power, because we're all being told to shut up and it's just the way life is. And from that moment, I was like, it's not on my watch, no more. And so when we did our first events, we were selling tickets, and it was to adults. And we had a packed room. And I was like, okay, right concept, wrong demographic, wrong people in the audience, because some of the audience members hadn't heard or been through the kōrero that we're talking about. So then I was like, okay, rangatahi, if I had somebody to tell me back then when I was at school that you can be anything, I used to go to French class and I'd play up, because I sat there and I went, when the fuck am I ever going to go to France? I come from Cannons Creek, Porirua. I'll be lucky if I go to Wellington. So if somebody came and told me there's a hope for you, you don't have to live this life. So that's what drives me, is so any one of you that's sitting in the audience that is going through something in your life, you don't have to live it. If it doesn't align with you and it doesn't feel right, there is some support there and we need to talk about it. So from then we did Real Talk mō Ngā Rangatahi, and it's been a journey. We've been throughout the motu. We've had our first one, Real Talk Potiki, Tauranga, Porirua, Wanganui, Ngā Motu, which is New Plymouth, Whakatū, Nelson, Rotorua, Ahuriri, which is Napier, Waikato, which Michaela came to, and that was our record crowd. We had 350 people in the audience. Taitoko Live-In, which is close to Porirua, so it felt like a community with that one. And of course, now we're here in Murihiku, Invercargill, and what a beautiful place. We've been lucky enough to walk around and experience what your community has to offer, and everyone's been so welcoming, and it's just been amazing, so thank you. And so our team, we've got Matua, who travels with us to keep us safe, to keep our safe space. We've got Ethan, who is my son-in-law, who's up there on the live stream. He's our cameraman. Cheyenne, my daughter, who's I talked about before, she keeps us on time and on track. And have you drank some water, Mum? We've got Eve, who's had a back surgery, so she can't be here with us, but she's online watching. We've got someone that looks like me, which, hey. And we've got Huya, my right-hand man. Huya, where's Huya? She's wearing the twin outfit of me. I'm so cool, she wants to be like me. And Lucy, who you know, so Lucy travels with us around and she opens our events for us. And Fred, he's Eve's partner, and he just does anything we need. He's the man. So we couldn't do this kaupapa without our kaimahi, so ngā mihi nui kia koutou. So we have these Real Talk events. We go throughout the motu. We change lives. We inspire. We get that fire lit in your belly, like Michaela says. And then you go home. And sometimes you go home to an environment that I know when I was a kid, I went home. I didn't want to go home. It wasn't safe for me to go home. And when I was a kid, I would read books. So I would pretend that I was a character in the book that I was reading. And I would shut out all the noises, all the yuck that was happening in my whare. And I would dream through books. And so it gave me an idea. And so every KAIKŌRERO that we had on stage last year, I put them in a book. And in this book, there are some taonga, some koha from them on how they deal with their struggles and their challenges. And this is my koha tonight to all of you in this audience, is there's a free copy of this book for you to take home with you to use when you need it, if you need it. And if you read it and you enjoy it, pass it on to somebody else. And there are numbers in here, so if you get triggered, because it is sensitive kōrero that we're talking, and you'll see it as we go through the evening, but this is my koha to you. There is hope. Rangatahi, we love you, we value you. This is why we do what we do, because we want you to have an awesome future. We want you to believe in yourselves and know that you can achieve absolutely anything that you ever desire. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Kia ora. So at kai time, these will be on the tables out there, so just come and help yourselves.
Ka pai, thanks, Tani, for doing my job. Wait, I don't even know what this is. Point it and say, wait, don't go away. Just 2 seconds. Okay, we're going to do a bit of Q&A, right? So, whānau, if there's anything, if there's any questions for Tania, like how she like we found out how she started and why, the reasons why. So, are there any questions that you want to ask? Yep, there's one there. Ka pai. Are there any other questions? pai. Any other questions? Come on, it's an easy kōrero. Easy. Okay, whānau, give her a big round of applause. Tānia kā. Because we're whānau, I'm learning this on the fly. How do you do this? You just push a button. Is that the next button? What does that say? Prizes! Ka pai. Oh, okay. Oh, yo.
Oh, okay. This is a prize. So Moana Road. Does anyone know? Is anyone familiar with Moana Road? They're pretty awesome Māori Pakihi. Anyway, this is one prize. Do I have to think of the questions, Hans?
Now I got it.
Okay. Yeah, what's the question then?
Okay. The question is, here's the question. So the question is, no, I got it. A famous person once said, there are three types of leaders. Those that say, I did it, those that say, we did it, and those that say, they did it. Who was that famous person? Now, wait, I'll give you a clue. Okay? I'll give you a clue. The first name rhymes with oi, and the last name rhymes with Hifarangi. Anyone know that person? Anyone know that person? Ngāti Porou. Ngāti Porou. Who said that? Oh, down here? Yep, ka pai. Ow, you fellas are too late now. Ngoi Pewharangi no Ngāti Porou said there were three types of leaders. Those that say, I did it, those that say, they did it, those that say, we did it. Now, you can be any type of those leaders at any one time. You can be the I did it, they did it, or the we did it. At any one time, you can be that leader, but it takes leadership. And leadership is what we need in this community, in this world at the moment. Okay, that's the prize. Yay! Ladies and gentlemen, oh, that's a nice photo. Hey, George, that's a lovely photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our first rangatahi, because the last one was really old. Our first rangatahi speaker. Sorry, Potiki. Our first rangatahi speaker all the way from Otipoti, Dunedin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage. This is Georgia Latu.
Kia ora e te iwi, clicker, Yep, I know, learn on the go as well, i te pōne. So, kia ora e te iwi, ko George tuku inga, ke vetena. Yeah, there we go. Kia ora, ko Georgia tia whaatuese Latu tuku ingoa. He kinga whakapapa tēnei o ngā koe nui tonu o kaitahi whānui anora, e te kaumā wono o pakeke, and I am, let's figure this one together. Ka wai, that's a laser, that looked cool. Where am I supposed to point this guy? There we go. Okay, kia ora. I am the owner of the world's largest poi manufacturing business, and I am 16 years old. So throughout this kōrero, I've taught Aotearoa, speaking to thousands of tamariki. That's something that I do. I work with NYLD. It's called National Young Leaders Day, and there's about 1,000 kids at each store here, and I talk about my business and what it's like being young and owning a business. But with this kōrero, Mum and I at home were thinking, well, we've never told the real story. And so a lot of people see the glitz and the glam of travelling and meeting people and whai hononga me e rao ngā tangata. Engari, there's real talk behind my life, and throughout the kōrero I might get a little sad because there's some tough things that we go through, but tuwhitia te hopo, you know, feel the fear and do it anyway. So that's my motto, and I couldn't do it without my whānau. So whānau's the key thing that drives me, and anei te kōrero, ka wai. So, throughout my kōrero, I'll have 3 key kaupapa and the real me behind it all. So, kaupapa tuatahi is the kōhanga stage of Potiki poi. So, as I said, Potiki poi is the largest poi manufacturing company in the world, and what's funny is people say, well, how do you know that? And so, throughout the kōrero, we'll get to some of the awesome things that we've been up to, and the real kōrero behind what's behind the scenes that most people don't know about Potiki poi. So, we have our kōhanga stage. And here's how we started. So I started my business when I was 12 years old, making poi on Mum's Facebook page, and in 3 days we managed to fundraise $1,000. And so from there we realized that this not only has an opportunity to give back, to create a business, but it has the opportunity to give back to our whānau and our community as well, and helping each other out. So through that, we went to a business boot camp in Waikato and won People's Choice Awards, and then it exploded. So yeah, it's been about nearly 4 years since I started the business, and we're here. So a little bit about who we are is that our ingoa recognises our past, present and future. So in early 2019, when I started the business, my baby brother Api was born. So Api's born with trisomy 21, also known as Down syndrome. And so when he was born, we realised quite quickly that he had a lot more barriers than those who don't have diverse abilities. And that's another thing we discovered, is we don't like using the term disability. We use the term diverse ability as it empowers our whānau. And so through that, we acknowledge our future, our Api being our Potiki, our youngest child, and then we acknowledge our past. So Tahu Potiki, my ancestor who led my people from the north to the south, and then our present, Potiki poi. And Potiki poi has 3 main ethos, and this is the logo that Mum made with my first ever pair of poi, which is pretty cool. So, we have 3 main kaupapa of Potiki poi. Tuatahi, tino rangatiratanga. So revitalising all Taonga Māori and all things Māori in the process, through te reo, through Taonga, through kaupapa, as much as we can. Tuarua, diverse abilities. So ensuring that Api, when he grows up, we hope that this Pākehī goes to him, but no doubt he wants to be like a builder or something else. But he's 3 years old at the moment. And so we acknowledge our whānau with diverse abilities by working with them. So we employ people with diverse abilities to work in our workforce. And just last week we counted how many people have worked at Potiki poi, and we counted 200 people have come through Potiki poi with employment and have left and gone on to do their kaupapa. That's something cool. And then our third kaupapa of Potiki poi is eco-friendly. So making sure that all of our taonga kamanaki ia papatuanuku i ngā waka toa. So that's our main priority, is making sure that papatuanuku is looked after, tangaroa, and everything in the process. Ka pai. So that's a little bit about Potiki poi. And here are some of our awesome milestones. So in 2019, I was 12, I turned 13. I pitched to my first large audience at the 48-hour soda startup bootcamp, and then it was like 300 people, and oh my gosh, I was so scared. But I had Mum with me, and Mum is a lecturer at the University of Otago, and so it was quite normal for me to see that much people in the crowd, which was pretty funny because it was my time and not mum's time anymore. So it kind of, changed, swap paths. Anyways, I did a live interview on the project, pitched to a Dragon's Den in Potiki, won Girl Boss of New Zealand Trailblazer Award, and registered my business. 2020, 13 to 14, I applied for Te Pūtahitanga funding, went to the NZ Gift Fairs and Homeware Fairs, chosen to represent NZ in Dubai as an ambassador, but it was cancelled due to COVID. And I was invited to keynote speak at a number of events all over the motu. 2021, last year, I was invited to more keynote speaking events all over the country, including NYLD and Festival for the Future and the Whānau Ora Symposium, and won Māori Television's Young Achievers Award and won another prestigious award, Top Secret, as it was postponed due to COVID. And then 2022, we're here in the present. Turned 16 about 3 weeks ago, and at the start of the year, we wrote a book. So, in lockdown, there wasn't much to do. Mum and I were thinking, well, do we keep the Pākehī? Do we sell our Pākehī? Or what can we do to help our whānau and help Timoti? Nā reira, we wrote a book, just like normal people do in lockdown. So at the start of this year, we published the book, and I'm now an official author, which is pretty crazy. And I couldn't have done it without Mum as well. So I wrote the book on the whakapapa of poi. A lot of people ask me about how to use your poi, but actually we know that not many people know where our poi came from. So Ngā Mihi is our puka, and it's also on our website if you want to check it out. And then we started TikToks. So Mum was always like pressuring me, like, George, start a TikTok. And I was like, no, the algorithms, like, I don't know if I'll blow up or not. But we started that this year and opened a dance academy. So myself and one of my good mates, Abby, we started New Zealand's first ever poi hip-hop dance academy in Otepoti, and we're hoping to use it as a space for rangatahi to be who they are and not in the kapahaka world. So growing up, I loved hip-hop and I loved kapahaka, but it came to a time where I actually had to decide which one I wanted. And of course, I went with my manawa, and I went with kapahaka. But for those tamariki growing up making that decision, I didn't think it was quite fair, because hip-hop was $8,000 for, I think, 2 terms. And so we wanted to make sure that kura poi was accessible to everybody. So we ended up getting everyone free packs, and we have about 100 tauira come in and out of kura poi every week. So we still run classes as well. And then we won more business awards. Hopefully next month it will still be on. Hopefully COVID doesn't ruin that. And lots more has happened. And being here as well to share our kōrero, my legit kōrero. So this is one of our rangatahi rōpū from Balclutha. So they actually drive down every Tuesday and Thursday to be a part of kura poi and to use poi in a different way that's not so harsh. So I reckon kapahaka, for especially our babies, if you're not in a kura kaupapa or in an environment where it's there to build you up, it's kiraro, hope, kiraro. And so with kura poi, we've made sure that it's a wāhi haumaru, because that's the way that our culture should be accessed, is through wāhi haumaru, safe spaces. So that's kura poi, one of our awesome ope. And what was really going on for me? So I started when I was 12, and through being 12 and 16, I've had a lot of barriers. 1, just being Māori, 2, just being a wahine, and 3, just being a rangatahi. So I've had a lot of people say, well, especially when I was 12, so whose business? Like, is that your uncle's business? And no, sorry, it's my business. But a lot of people look over me, and a lot of people look over rangatahi, and I'm over it, because if you've got an idea, you can do it. Anybody, any age. And so when I was growing up, it was hard with that. And then it was also hard finding my feet in the weird, 12-y stage, transitioning, especially because I had one. I wasn't allowed to go out very much, as I had a stalker at one point. And also through that, just being able to make new friends that wanted to be my friend. So it's, it's kind of hard being 12, but through that. So that's something not many people see, is that actually it took a toll on my mental health, having to be Georgia. So me and Mum say that I've got like an alter ego. I'm George at home, that's my legit name, and then I'm Georgia on stage. So not many people know that Georgia was crumbling while Georgia was shining out the front. So that was a little bit about what was happening through evolution of Potiki Poi. And Mum put that in there. I was like, what are you doing? And she's like, it's the real you, George. And I'm like, okay, well, that's that one. That's the little George. Yeah, change that one. Kawai. Kaupapa tua rua. Here we go. So, we started our business. A lot of people doubted us. They said, well, you should just stop here and scale down. We don't think poi is ever going to evolve. And if you'd asked me when I was 12 years old, where do you see poi? I would have said, I want to walk into a shop and buy Aotearoa original poi. I don't want to buy poi made in China. I want to buy Aotearoa original poi. And so, just last year, we were selected for Kete Countdown. And Kete Countdown is a program to help small Pākehī get their products into Countdown. So now we stock 30 Countdowns all across the motu. And here's Mum. She was so happy because she had to go across all 30 stores. My mum and my dad did, all of them in 1 week. So that is like traveling from the top all the way down. So that was them. That was all them. And I did Dunedin because I was in Dunedin, so might as well. But here are our beautiful Taonga. And now that young 12-year-old Georgia can do that. But if I had listened to those people that told me to stop where you are, this isn't going anywhere, you're 12, you shouldn't be thinking, none of this would happen. And the next ahure wouldn't have access to our beautiful Taonga. And so through resilience, persevering, and tūwhiti a te hopo, feeling the fear and doing it anyway, we've managed to achieve stocking 30 countdowns in Aotearoa whānau. And hopefully, like Australia is saying, that's what are we doing? What is that? Can we switch the slide? I think I'm just going to tell you guys if that's all good. Okay, so what was really happening during this? This is the part where I might cry. Just crack a joke or something. So the real thing behind this was in July. So in July, my friends and I went out. We went out to Megazone and we were hanging out. And a couple weeks before that, my 7-year-old cousin passed away. I never got to meet him, but we decided to go to Megazone because they wanted to lift me up. My friends knew that I was sad. So as we were there, we got the phone call. My best friend had a heart attack. At only, how old was he, Tux? 14. At only 14 years old. So for those 3 days, we waited with him in the hospital. And Te Kahui passed away. He's been my best friend since I was born. And when that happened, we were trying to do countdown and we were trying to push on. But I don't know about you guys, but losing a best friend was the hardest thing I've ever gone through in my entire life. He was 14. He was too young. We grew up together, we argued together, played softball together, and he was the tuakana of 6 siblings as well. And it's whare. And so when this happened, and all of Countdown was happening, the day that he had his nehu at Otako Marae, Mum and I got on a plane and went up to Countdown to talk to their CEO on this huge board table after I had just felt the worst pain in my entire life. And that's something that I have never shared. Actually, if you don't know me, you wouldn't know that my best friend passed away. And in 2019, when we started the business, my kuia passed away. And so there's been a lot of losses. But when I look back, I do it for them. I do it for Te Kahui. I do it for my kuia. Because this is what Potiki Poi is about. It's about coming together as a collective and pushing on and making a change for our iwi. So that's what was happening behind closed doors. So tonight when I talk for Te Kāhui and our whānau. They have gone through a huge loss. And that's the real raw talk about all of this, is that you might see all of the glam, but behind closed doors, this is what's happening to our whānau. Quite a lot, which is, this is not the one. So yeah, that's how, what was happening back then. And so in his memory, I got my first tāmoko, you can't even see them. I got them representing our tūpuna because they have made me who I am. My best friend made me who I am. My kuia, had a part in creating me. And so through that, I was honoured to receive my first tāmoko. And Mum was like cracking up. She's like, if you put that in, no doubt all these rangatahi wanting tāmoko now. But it's for them. And so through this Pākehī, I represent them. Hapa. And then now we're at our final third kaupapa. So, has anyone been watching the Rugby World Cup? The Women's Rugby World Cup? Kapai, awesome. So, you might have noticed some poi flying around in the background. Well, what's really cool is that we were actually a part of that. And so, we have made 22,000 poi to go into the Rugby World Cup. In, I think, 5 weeks, we made that happen. And so we're still making poi. So as soon as we're not staying in Waihopai tonight, we're actually going straight back to Otepoti. Back in the morning, we'll be back at the poi shop making all these poi. But through that, we've had 200 volunteers come through, and we've been able to employ full-time and part-time 15 people. And so from 2019, just being Mum and I, to having a workforce of 15, but then a hāpori of 200 to provide jobs for our whānau. First-time employment for one of my best friends, there's Tākere. She's kai mahi hard. She was like, am I not going to work today? I was like, yep, come with me. And so through that, we have created history-making opportunities. We've never seen poi used outside of Kapaka, or not often. And so I'm very humbled to be a part of this history-making opportunity, alongside some other poi makers as well. But we have the blessing of being able to provide, I think, just over 30,000 poi. Will be going into our stands. So that was our first idea, was 2, and then they were like, let's make VIP poi. And so Black Ferns and all of those kapa, they all have VIP. And then they were like, no, let's just give everybody one. So that makes it easier on us to just create one per person. And we ended up designing the tikanga of poi alongside Ngāti Whātua with this. And so how to take care of your poi, to protect your wairua, and to keep a tika is huge for educating Aotearoa. A lot of people said, I can't wait until I see poi being thrown onto the field, hit around, trampled on. But actually, I think this is probably one of the coolest things I've ever seen, is seeing Aotearoa and other motu come together to respect our taonga as it should be respected. And so that's a first ever. And I'm just so happy to be part of it. I thought I'd share with you what we're going through with trying to make this happen. So here's one normal-looking day at mahi. So all of my mates, kura friends, most of the kura, we even got a akomanga to come in. We got a class to come in from my school to help manufacture these. And here's us the night we completed 10,000 poi. And so in every box you see, there's 200 poi. 200 in each box, and it was 2 a.m. and we were like done. And so we were like, let's take a photo and continue over how many more? The next 20,000. So we're still going and we're still pushing. But what was really going on? What was really going on is that every night I would go home at 1 a.m. and I still go home at 1 a.m. And what else was going on was that I was being interviewed every day, having to wake up really early, and then balance kura. A lot of people ask, how do you balance life? And I say, I don't. Because I don't know anybody that does know how to balance their life. And if you do, well, kapai for you. But this is real. This is Pākehī life. So when people were saying, stay down there, I had my doubts. I said, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I shouldn't go anywhere. But if no one's going to do it now, who will? And so that's what I say when a lot of people tell me, when do you have time to be a rangatahi? When do you have time to, be a young person? And I said, well, I have the privilege of being able to create this change in Aotearoa, and why wouldn't I do it? And so that's why I want to get as many of my rangatahi hoa. So probably about 50% of all of the workers at Potiki Poi are young people, which I think is huge, is making changes. So what was really going on is that we are so sleep deprived. We are told, well, I am told to stop. And if I do, then who's going to do it, who, when, yeah, all of that stuff. So that's a little bit about what's going on at the moment. And here's my final little bit, hei whakakapi, is that I have lost loved ones over the past 4 years. I've worked hard over the past 4 years, and I love my whānau. So to leave it, a lot of people ask me, a common pātai is like, who drives you? Why do you do what you do? And how do you do it? And I say, surround yourself with people that are going to help you grow. That is my one-liner right there. If I could give any piece of advice, it would be surround yourself with people that will help you grow, because through those people you can rāranga I o kete and then make something beautiful out of it. And so I wouldn't be able to do what I do without my whānau, without my 200 clan of Ngāti Potiki Poi behind us. And so, yeah, I'd like to leave us off that. And I feel the fair and do it anyways. Tūwhitia te hopo, mai rangitia tangi tū. Through everything. Through grief, we have whānau. Through hard times, we have whānau. Through making 30,000 poi, we have whānau there. And so we need to lean on each other. But we have to look after each other. So one thing with Potiki Poi is that we look after our kaimahi. We provide lunch, we provide dinner. Breakfast is needed. Shelter for our whānau as well. And so we want to feel the fear and do it together. Yeah. Kia ora, ngā mihi.
Ka pai, tēnā koe, aha koa tō Pākeke he rangatira koe. Nō reira, ka nui te mihi ki a koe, Georgia. Okay, pātai. Any pātai? Do you pay the living wage? No, ka pai. Here we go. Oh, yes! Good, hey! Ka pai. Great question. Yes. Tēnā koe, hene. Tēnā koe. Ka pai. Any other questions? Did anyone watch that game against Australia? You see the game? What struck me was a sold-out Eden Park with poi. The whole audience had poi. Aha ko te aha ko wai. Regardless of who they were and where they came from, they all had these poi, and I was like, man, this is the best thing I've ever seen on a national sports stage. It's just whānau with poi, and everyone's just doing the poi in the audience. I seriously, it gave me chills just watching that in the haka. I was like, that Wāhine haka was on point. And then to be backed up with, I don't know how many it holds, 30,000, maybe more, but all doing the poi behind it. For me as Māori, my Māori side was going, yeah! It was going wicked, because you can relate. And then, watching all the interviews watching all the interviews saying, oh, how awesome it was that you're making these poi, but not knowing the real story behind it. So the adversities that you've been through, the loss that you've had to endure, but also the resilience, the mana, me te kaha, te tōtika te haringa. So, ngā mihi nui ki a koe te hine. And keep going because and like our last speaker was saying, Pania was saying about lighthouses. You're a lighthouse for a lot of us, and not just our rangatahi, but for our Pākeke and our kaumata, who are looking for leadership and looking for people like you to be able to guide and be the light in the darkness for a lot of us. So ngā mihi atu. Ka aroha kia koe. Ka pai. Chair. And I may need a job, so took me about 2 weeks to make one poi. So if you do training, ka pai. Okay. I like that, eh? Tūwhitia te hopo. Mai rangitia te angiti. Okay, and it turns off for me twice. And it's back on. Okay. Is it the right one? Oh, no, go back. Prizes! Yeah, let's just go with the prizes, shall we? And coming up on stage, giving away the next prize.
We got eyelashes.
Oh, I can't wait.
It's alright if you have a wāhine in your life, you can give them to them. Yeah. 2 pairs of Queen Certified Beauty Lashes. They come from Australia. Hey, they send them to us from Australia. So, and they're great. I've tried them.
Ka pai, but we do not judge. They are for everyone. Ka pai? Hey? They are whatever you want to be called. I like to identify as a rich white guy. Okay, ka pai. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, eyelashes. What is the Māori word for eyebrow? There's an old saying from Kangunu, te tukimata o Kangunu. Hey, it's the old rock. Chair. Ka pai. Okay. How's everyone doing? Everyone okay? Everyone feel good? Yeah. Okay. Queen Certified Beauty. Oh, look at those. Okay. Ka pai. Now I'm looking forward to this next speaker. David Reedy. I did a bit of research, cowboy extraordinaire, a bit of a kickboxer, and, a bit of a kai meke whawhai. Man, when I was watching, I was going, don't piss him off. So I'm just going to pass it over to you now. Loretta, please put your hands together. Welcome, David Reedy.
G'day. Kia ora, my name is David Reedy, and I'm a dairy farmer from the Maniatoto. My wife and I, we share milk, 750 cows there, and yeah. Alright. So that's baby David. I had a pretty normal childhood, I thought. I grew up with friends, I grew up with family. I was in the bush, I was riding horses, I was in the creeks, catching crayfish. I thought everything was just normal. got my hidings. I thought I deserved them. Nothing stood out to me, really. But then getting into my older years, I kind of understood that I was living in a cult. I didn't know it was a cult. We called it a community, but this is Glorabale, which we probably all know about now. The way I see Glorabale now is a religious, abusive cult full of rape, assault, beatings and whippings. Big families. I was number 12 out of 13 siblings. And yeah, we had very different upbringings, the boys and the girls. The girls are taught to be housebound, to be quiet, to be submissive. They're given traditional roles only. They're not allowed to get further educations. They're very capped at what they can explore. Boys, on the other hand, we're pumped up. We're taught to be leaders. You're the future leaders of this community, of this church. So like ego-fueled, and that nothing makes a guy dumber than pumping up his ego. And nothing makes him look at his environment and think about his actions than just filling him with ego. And that's exactly what we were all taught from childhood to act like. My younger sister, Priya, was born with Down syndrome, and from day one, she was excluded from Glorabale society. My parents had to fight to get her medical care. She grew up deaf because she didn't receive immediate hearing treatment as a baby. That was blocked by the leaders. Pray it's going to work. It doesn't. Education, she was blocked at school. My parents had to fight just to get her a tutor, a personal tutor, but who needs that? And, it's all about fitting into the community, fitting into what the community designates you to be. And they say, well, you don't need this, so, be happy. And so school was tough. We went through school together. Kids are shit and they bully each other. So she got picked on a lot. Yeah, it's shit. And then when I was 16, she was 14. One night she choked on a piece of meat and died in front of me. I was going past the window and I heard a commotion. Whipped the window open the curtain. I can see her standing in there with Mum, and it's happening. And I jump in there and I try to help. But it doesn't work. This thing's stuck. And then she goes unconscious in front of me. And the next, I know in my mind that it's 3 minutes without oxygen, but it's like we were there for the next hour. I was doing CPR on my little sister, swapping out with my dad. We're trying to pull this piece of meat out. We're just trying for so long, and it just doesn't work. Mum's kneeling beside us, just begging us to win, begging us to figure something out, and we couldn't. And I remember just sitting. Medical people got there. And they're like, "No, she's dead. Stop." And I remember Dad sits back, and I sit back. Mum's crying. And it was just the shittiest thing ever to experience. I think kind of my whole life with prayer, I'd grown up and not really appreciated her, like as you do with someone that's always there. And then in that moment, I had just felt the strongest connection and the strongest attachment to her. And then I was also sad that I'd never invested in that relationship before. As much as I should have, I'd never loved as hard as I should have. And that just crushed me, and it crushed their whole family. Mum was airlifted out twice in the next year to Greymouth. She was heartbroken and wrecked. And like a good old cult does, we were told to not grieve. You know, she's in a better place. Stiff upper lip it. Don't talk about it. And it just started to piss me off. I'd grown up my whole life, towed the line, fitted in, prayed the prayers, said the words, dressed the same. But this was pissing me off, how they didn't care. They didn't care she was dead. And no one cared what had happened to my mum, what had happened to my family, and what had happened to me. The community acted like she had been a valued member, like sitting through a funeral where they're all just like, I loved prayer, like we supported her. It's just disgusting. And I was just getting angrier and angrier. I was having nightmares every night, watching it happen just again and again and again. Just no sleep, just going crazy. And so I got pissed off, and I started to buck the trend, to buck the rules. I'd always looked down on rebels, but then I was becoming one. And I just wasn't scared anymore. I started digging into Glorivel's past about all the secrets that no one in there talks about it. Out here it's kind of common knowledge that it's a religious cult, the sexual abuse that happens in there. No one knows about it. I never knew about it. No one would talk to me, and I had to dig and dig and dig till I found something that I could actually take to the leaders and confront them with. And this led me on a path out here. This is my beautiful mother and my older sister, Connie. This is actually the day I was kicked out. We're at a farm next to Glorivel, up the Hauperi Valley. And just that natural evolution of becoming a rebel, and just like, no, I'm not going to sit down with your bullshit. Like, you're a pack of dogs, you're bullies, you're rapists, you protect your pedophiles, the youth leader's a pedophile, he's a rapist also. No one's doing anything. All the men in there are just castrated. Like, no one does anything because they all just want to fit in, and they're so terrified about the afterlife, what's going to happen, heaven, hell. Like, they're just gelded into doing nothing. And I decided it wasn't for me. I was going to stand up and do something. And so I was at the leaders just every day for the way they treated my mum, my family, my sisters. I grew up watching my sisters come home so many times in tears, broken. Someone had just chewed them out. No one looked after them. No one stood up for them. The place was just full of bullies. And the fathers and the brothers and the men just did nothing. And so this naturally took me on a path just out of there. So at 17, I was kicked out of the only home I'd known and the only environment I knew anything about. Super scared, but then also excited. I didn't want to live there. I knew they didn't represent my values. So on I moved. They stuck me on a bus to Christchurch, flew me to Napier, and my aunties from Gizzy came down and picked me up. That's my oldest uncle, David. It's my nan, Ivy, and it's one of my aunties, Jackie. And so I was in the free world, living with whānau, but I was also a stranger, never met them. I'd never assimilated in a natural environment. So I didn't know how to act. I didn't understand love. Like, they showered me with love. I couldn't even recognize it. I was still hyper-aggressive from like just leaving Glory Vale. And I made a lot of mistakes. I had a lot of things to apologise for later once I'd realised that, but the contrast of coming from a place where my friends and my family didn't even care to strangers who just loved me because I was whānau, it was just mind-blowing. Yeah. So I was in Gizzy for a few months, but then I was back to farming, got a job on a dairy farm in Taupo. First job, first boss. Again, had no idea what the expectations were, what the hierarchy was. Plus I've got all this other stuff happening. And so my first boss was super cool, taught me a lot. But again, I was still I was feeling sorry for myself. I'm alone. My own family doesn't love me. They were happy for the leaders to do what they did, split us apart. No one did anything. So kind of just sulking. And going through the motions of I'm happy, I'm free, but nothing's happening in here because I'm just sad. I'm crying myself to sleep every night. I'm lonely, I've got no contacts, I've got no car, I'm isolated. And I'm just kind of quitting. So I got into kickboxing, grown up with that fear of physicality, just being beaten and whipped my whole life. I didn't like that, so I looked at all the parts of me I didn't like, and I was like, I'm going to change them. So boom, straight into fighting, straight into changing that baseline of fear. I wasn't going to be a prey animal anymore. I wasn't going to be pushed around. I was going to get confidence. I was going to learn to fight. And it's tough. I wasn't not that good at it, but yeah, it's like you just get a hiding, and it's in like I won one there, so there's a photo. But yeah, it's such a pure experience, just pure aggression. There's no bullshit. You can't fake anything. It's like either you are or you aren't, and either you pull it out of the bag or you crumble. I love just the authenticity of it. Glory Vale's full of lies and secrets, and people are fake. And fighting and the fighting community was just like that on. I was also buying foals in my spare time and then breaking them in, working them on the farm. Again, I loved the full range of emotions I could have. I could train and fight, but then I could also work with horses and cattle, where one's complete domination and aggression, and the other one's cooperation, learning a language without words, rhythm, and it was so healing for me. Yeah. Does anyone ride horses? Yeah, like you know what it's like, and it's beautiful. Horses are special, cows are special, and that was me just trying to heal myself. I was hyper aggressive, I was depressive, and this helped me change that. So I was again looked at what I didn't like about myself, what I didn't like about my environment, and I met my wife, now Maddie, at a gym in Timaru where I was fighting out of. And yeah, again, just a relationship was super hard, super good. I loved the opportunity to be extended grace to when I'd screwed up, and I saw another level of how rotten I was as a person when I had to live with someone else and share my life with someone else, how selfish I was, how arrogant I was. And being in a relationship and putting myself under the magnifying glass and saying, I'm going to let it change me because, I don't like David now, I like David tomorrow. And I don't want to stay the same. And yeah, then we have our boy, Tuakana, who I named after my papa. Again, fatherhood just became the next step of losing another piece of myself that I didn't like and growing something good in me. I was attracting a relationship, security, and then I could model that unconditional love to a child, and I could give him something I was never given. And again, it was just healing me. That one. I read that book and it was cool. I thought we took that out. And then back to farming. So, koaho, te whenua, ko te whenua, koaho. That's pretty much my farming motto. I'm the land is me. Cows come first. They just do. And we can spend a lot of our lives chasing things, but I decided to chase the things that fulfilled me and the things that healed me. And so I guess to wrap up, it's no one's coming. There's going to be times in your life when no one shows up. It's guaranteed. We're all going to be alone. We're all going to be abandoned. But we can show up for ourselves. We can look at our environments. We can decide what we don't like. And we can do something about it. We can put in a fuck ton of work. And we can put our ego out there to be chopped away every day. And we can really make a difference. I know I did. And I'd do it again. I fucking would do it again. Yeah. And this is where it all started. This event at 16, losing her, made me realize I was wasting my life. I was a sook. And I wanted to be someone she was proud of. And so that's my goal every day, is to be better, is to farm better, to be a better father, better husband. And everything I do is inspired by prayer. Thank you.
Any questions?
23.
Is she talking to me?
I really think that was the catalyst to wake me up. And then I like talking with a lot of people still in Gloria Vale, and they can't understand the lies and this doesn't make sense. Like, stop being dumb. Like, this does not make sense. But you're so brainwashed, and unless you're angry, you can't really get rid of the illusion. And it was just the rage, the mad dog energy that just stripped it all away. And like, I don't give a fuck. I want the truth, and don't bullshit me on this. And it's just something personal like that creates that.
Any other questions? Oh, we'll go to Renee.
So my sister Connie came out with me. She's in Rotorua. And my mother and father are not part of the church, but they're still living on the property. There's a whole court case going on. It's beneficial. Thank you. Yeah. there's half of my family are out now, out of 12 siblings. And it all kind of started with this, and then me, and then Connie, and yeah.
We have a question on the side. Yeah.
No worries. Over to Ellie.
Any other questions? Real quick.
Yeah, oh, it settles you right down. There's always a bigger fish. I'm little. Yeah. Get him into jiu-jitsu or kickboxing. It lets you know your mortality straight away. 100%. Yeah. 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 So I was hyper aggressive, but I didn't stand up for myself. Non-confrontational. and the fighting helped me be less aggressive and stand up for myself more, because the hyper aggression was because I wasn't confident and I was insecure and I was scared, like an abused dog. Like, yeah. It just chilled me out. Like, you take thousands of punches and kicks, you're like, I'm tired.
Tēnā koe, David, mō tō kōrero ki a tātou. E mihi tēnei ki tō tuhine. E moe ana, moe maira. Real talk. There's heaps of questions I wanted to ask you about Gloriavale, man. Like 1,000. We don't talk about it enough, and especially for Māori. Gloriavale, you know, we tend to talk about it, talk to it, and say, how do they get into those situations and things like that. But a lot of our own trauma began on our marae. You know, not all marae, but there's a kōrero, eh? There's a kōrero on some of our marae. There's that uncle. Don't go near that uncle. Yeah? You heard those kōrero? Don't, you know, you stay by me. I remember my nanny saying that to me. You stay by me, you're all right. And then there's those other kōrero too, eh? No cousins after 10. You know, and all of that, you know, we laugh about, eh? We have a joke about it. Oh, no cousins after 10, the mattress room, the old husband. But these things are real, you know, and we have to protect ourselves. And I think that's why our society and our marae, especially, has changed. And the kōrero that David's just given it strikes home to me with a lot of that stuff when you confront it. And so, Kia koe te rangatira mo te kōrero kia tātou to have the strength at the age that you did at 16 to confront what you knew was not right. It takes power, it takes mana, it just takes a whole lot of nous. And I can see why you'd jump into a ring and train as hard as you do, and then, you know, look for things to express yourself in that way. And like Whaia was saying about a lot of our young men are angry. We have a lot of young men that are angry. Because we have a lot of young men who are raised by women. And I'm not saying this in a bad way. I'm just saying we are our men. We are our fathers. And a lot of us were raised in that single mum. Single mum who raised me, but I was really lucky. I had a lot of good men around me. And we try and do that now. But no, he mihi tēnei ki a koe. David, okay. Prizes! I love this part. And here she comes, giving away another prize. Now this is one is from Native Ink Clothing. Oh, chair. What's? Oh no. Yeah, I want that one. Kapai. Okay. Where are we? Okay, here we go. Great question. Here's the question. David had a whakatauki that he put on there. What did it mean? What did it mean? Boom! Nice. I am the land, and the land is me. And we're going through this at the moment with the water up in Whanganui. Yeah. Far out. Man, and this is coming from organizations and companies from around the world. They want to come to our Aotearoa and take our stuff. We've got to fight against that. He whawhai tonu. Okay. He kaupapa anō tērā. Oh, no, we've done that, have we? We're doing another one? Yeah. Everyone? Hello. Wait a minute. Who owns a car first? Oh, you got cars. Who drove here? Who drove from Christchurch or further? No, okay. Timaru? Or Amaru? That's Amaru. No. Palmerston? Dunedin? Not you. What? Wait a minute. Bro, did you drive from Dunedin? Oh. He gets the petrol. There you go, brother, and enjoy that. Yeah. Well, you don't want it? Ka pai. Tēnā koe, brother. Okay. Okay. Can we turn the lights on, please? Because just a little brighter. I tēnei wā, ka hoa tu te rākau ki a koutou, e wanganui a tātou. So at this stage, I just want to acknowledge that within the room, we've got some of our local services here in Murihiku, Waihopai, Invercargill, that are amongst us. And so I'm just going to ask for those services. If you work in the health services, if you work with Rangatahi, if you work with an organisation that works with Rangatahi, can I just ask you to stand, please? Ka pai. Okay. What I'm going to do is that I'm actually going to pass the rākau to you. So I'm going to give you the microphone just to quickly talk about your organisation, what you do, who you are. This is a speed dating kind of scenario, so it's real quick. Okay? So I'm going to start on this side, and we're just going to pass the microphone up and around, and we'll get over to that side. Ka pai? We good? Everyone okay? Ka pai, here we go.
Kia ora everyone, my name's Liam. I work for Active Southland. So I work in the sport for Ngā Rangatahi. Also with Greg over there, he's an active rig. He'll tell you a bit about that. But just providing opportunities for them to come down and try out different sports and different opportunities.
Kia ora everybody. I'm Chantal, and myself and Jackie are in the Loss and Grief Space Centre. So we run drop-in service Monday to Friday, and also we have one-on-one support and counselling for anyone who has experienced grief, loss, change, and we all know that comes in many, many forms. So yeah, what we do. Kia ora koutou, ko tānei toko ingoa. I work for Wāhine, and we have services there for youth. We do mentoring. We have a youth justice day program we run up there, and we have tamariki advocate also. We like to provide, like what the words have been around tonight, is a safe space for our rangatahi to come, to kōrero to us. We get down on their level. We have some good banter and some good talks and stuff like that. So yeah, if you ever want to come have a kōrero, we're just down the road, across the road from the courthouse actually. Wāhine, come see us.
Yeah, kia ora koutou, ko Tracy Reid tōku ingoa. So yeah, I also work for Waihopo Renaka as a whānau resilience kaimahi. What my colleague here, Tāne, didn't say is that she is one of our finest whānau ora navigators in Waihopo. Along with, we've got a few here today. My space is family harm. So yeah, I'm there for your voice. So that you get a say in what's happening in your life, that you have someone advocate for you, and yeah, guide you in the right direction. So we do lots. We're actually Murihiku marae, which is being redeveloped at the moment. So we're parked in town until that's finished next year. But yeah, we are hoping that that space is going to bring all our rangatahi back to the community, to the marae. For the future, we want to grow our kids on the marae, not with Uncle Billy's though. So, kia ora.
Kia ora, my name's Zara, I work for KAIKŌRERO. So we work with rangatahi with, I'm going to say what Georgia said, so a lot of people say disabilities, but I like the word diverse abilities. That sounds really cool. So yeah, I'm in the whānau or a navigator space as well, and yeah, the big CEO of KAIKŌRERO's now got to speak.
Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, so I work for KAIKŌRERO also, and for the last 2.5 years we've been working with neurodiverse rangatahi in the community, in the schools mostly, because the principals approached us, and we realised that some of these kids were going to be lost from the education system, and we had the capacity to be able to work with them and change their outlook and change the way that people viewed them also. So that was the start of it. We are developing, and we're about to launch our new teaching program, which includes integrated teaching program, so it connects people to the whenua as well as giving them the skills to be able to achieve and sustain employment. And we are also moving into the entrepreneurial space. So teaching them how to run their own businesses and do all that stuff. So that's really cool. Kia ora.
Kore te whānau, ko te whakatohia me ngā tihini ngā iwi, ko tūmokomoko te kaupapa, ko Bex Ahau. So I'm Bex. I work at the train station offices in Leven Street. You're welcome to pop in and see me. Why would you do that? Because I'm kairomiromi, kaimirimiri, so I do traditional Māori bodyworks, which help clear and lift things on physical, emotional, mental, spiritual, past life and tupuna lines. Lift and clear so that you're feeling back to you without throwing all the shit. I run wānanga as well as doing this around especially mana Wāhine wānanga, which I run out Takatata Titi, and also teach people miri too. I've been in it for about 20 years. I also do KŌRERO, Wairua, Hinengaro, and I help people throughout the motu, so you can call me. We do Zoom video online calling, and that's to help with system healing as well. So I work with my tupuna and kaitiaki and those who come in. I also love helping rangatahi who are going through things wairua and they don't understand what's going on for them, and often because I was a child that I didn't quite know why I was getting murdered and I didn't know what it meant, but luckily I had my father who could talk me through it. I like to do that for people too, so if you know of anybody who's struggling wairua, then I'm always keen to help. I work alongside ACC offering rongoa Māori too, so if you are attached to ACC you can come and see me for free. Kia ora.
Kia ora, I'm not standing up because I'm not comfortable. I run a PR business that I set up after a couple of years ago, and it's about empowering whānau and to run their own campaigns, so whānau-led campaigns. And through COVID we ran a rangatahi campaign, and so I'm trying to create more opportunities for rangatahi who are into creative kind of skills and abilities through social media, through who are really hungry to learn more about public relations and communications. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that there's also lots and lots of opportunities for rangatahi out there, and it's just about looking for those opportunities. I'm just saying, follow your momorea, because it took me a long time to follow mine, and I'm doing it, and it's been amazing. So just keep going, follow your momorea.
Kia ora, malo lele, I'm Makalita. I work for Pacific Trust Otago, supporting our Pacific people. But here tonight, I want to be here to support anybody. This is not just about our Pacific people. Whoever you can reach out to, as you heard tonight, surround yourselves with people that will get you up there, with people that will support you and help you and walk alongside you to get you to your dream, to your highest potential. I'm here tonight with the person, Lisa Tau, who is our manager for the region. I might just get her to talk, but Tupu Aotearoa supports our Pacific. But we're here tonight for anybody who wants to reach out. We've got our cards out there on the table. Please come and visit us too. And I'll pass it to Lisa.
Kia ora everybody, my name's Lisa Tau McNaughton and I work for Ministry for Pacific Peoples. So Ministry for Pacific Peoples helps our Pacific community, but as Makarita said, we're really there to help everybody. I am involved with Matariki in the park, which some of you may have been to. So that's one of the things that I do outside of my usual mahi. If anyone is interested in finding out more about Matariki in the park, which is going to be on next July, or is interested in helping out with it, just come and see me. You'll also see with Tupu Aotearoa, which is a program that helps people get further education, training or employment. We've just got a little banner out in the foyer. If anyone's interested in that, just hit Makalita or myself up. Just one thing I wanted to say is, I wasn't sure what this was going to be really like, Pania. I just spoke with Pania on the phone probably about 2 weeks ago. If I'd known how powerful this is, I would have tried to make sure that more people knew about it. Just want to say thank you to everyone who's spoken so far. Doesn't take me much to sort of have a tear to my eye, but I've had a lot of tears to my eyes tonight because of your openness and honesty. And I just really want the young people to know, even though like we're really old, we were young once, but we're here to support you in whatever way we can. I think that's really important for you guys to know. And I know that lots of you rely on your friends and think sometimes your friends can work everything out. Sometimes that's a little bit hard, speaking with my daughter who's in that space herself. So, we may be old, but we've been you guys too, a while back, like last century actually for me. But thank you, Tani, for bringing this down. It's, just amazing, all of you. I'm going to pass it to you, Bridget.
Kia ora koutou. It will come back, I promise. Kia ora koutou, ko Bridget Forsyth aho. I'm here representing KŌRERO, the LGBTQI+ initiative for Southland. I'm also sort of going to talk to our colleagues at number 10, who also have I'll say what we do first. So KŌRERO we're a group of rainbow folk who all volunteer to support the rainbow community. Kia ora, I'm Bridget, I'm gay. That is on a mug my friends made for me when I moved down here. We just provide like a safe space for our rainbow whānau to come and connect. We have lots of people turning up, the boring gay ladies like me. I'm also old, as you may have guessed. But we have like younger non-binary folk, trans folk, just across the ages. So we provide a safe space for like 18 to, we have our kamatua who is in his 70s, and we have a lovely trans woman who's in her 70s. So it's like all the way across the age range. But then for the ones who are under 18, we connect you with our whānau over at number 10, who have also got a youth space for the under 18, where they can meet. Their one is weekly, and they can just meet in a safe space to sort of figure out themselves and connect to who you are. Because unfortunately for some of our rainbow whānau, your biological whānau can't support you for whatever reasons, so we talk about having our logical whānau. And I'm really fortunate. My parents, I never came out, they didn't care, they loved me whoever I was. But, some of my really good friends, they've lost their families. A lot of them have lost their families. But just know, even if you lose your biological families, there are still logical families out there for you as well, like your connections, and they can really be the ones that you need to depend on. But, if you have whānau who you can be supported by, that is absolutely brilliant. But so KŌRERO exists, and our number 10 whānau for the young ones. We also try to support family members, because sometimes parents have their rangatahi, saying, oh, I'm non-binary, and all the kids at school are like, yep, that's sweet, but the parents are like, what does this mean? Who do I ask? What do I do? Send them our way, because we have a whānau support group every 2 months where they can ask the dumb questions without embarrassing themselves or upsetting their child, and they can talk to each other about, what did you do to talk to the school about when they were trying to figure out which toilets to use at school and stuff, So, that's something that we facilitate as well. So, ngā mihi. Kia ora again.
Kia ora everybody, my name is Amy Williams. I have been a youth worker for 15 years. and recently retrained as a counsellor. And so I've recently set up Rewoven Therapy, which works specifically with people who've experienced trauma, especially around rape and sexual abuse, but also for being a youth advocate for young people who struggle to get their voices heard. As a practitioner, I share that I'm a practitioner with lived experience. And I think it's so important that we have conversations about our stories in safe places. And so that's part of the reason that I've started Rewoven Therapy. I'm really excited to be sharing a building space with loss and grief, because my losses and my journey to where I am now so can resonate with some of the beautiful kōrero we've already had today. I'm so looking forward to hearing more stories. But I will have some cards with me if you're looking for therapy in any form, or even support just how to access services. That's one of the things that I support Rangatahi with, is connecting into the right places. Kia ora.
Boss. Urio no Ngāti Parau, hukurangi te maunga waiapu te awa grūkaka mau te koinga. Nō reira, I'd just like to acknowledge our rangatahi that were standing on the stage. Pretty tough. Pretty tough. Being there. But anyway, I'd just like to let our rangatahi know that if you ever need, excuse me, if you ever need to have a kōrero, and a lot of our rangatahi know who I am, and some of the mahi that I've been doing, not just recently with Active Southland, but with other organisations. I'm here for you. I know the pain. I really do. Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou. Tēnā koutou ngā kaimahi, ngā te hāpuri nei o Murihiku, e mihi tēnei ki o koutou katoa. We should do that more often, at Hui. You know, we should stand up and actually say who we are and organisations we work for. But I just want to say to our, actually I want to say to everyone, we may get paid to do a job somewhere, but it always extends outside. We always do it more often than most, is that a 9-to-5 job becomes a 24/7 thing, and it's just something we do. And I think it's something that we do intrinsically of who we are, because we have aroha for people. One of my nannies, Auntie Aroha Rereti Croft, used to say, aroha ki te tangata, koene te tikanga, koene te kawa. So what that means really is that love for all people. Love for all people. That should just be the way. Sounds like a Mandalorian. That should just be the way and what we do. And we should all just take that on board, regardless. And I remember listening to Tania's kōrero about different situations that we're all in. And we've, like Pa Greg was just saying, we've been there, true, but we've come out the other side now. Now we have to be the light or the lighthouse for someone else to do the same, but also be there for others to be able to come to. And I just want to mihi to the millions that are watching at home. Tēnā koutou. Oh, is it on? Oh, it's not on now. Oh, is it on? Oh, yeah. Heka, that was a waste of a mihi. But to the millions, the thousands that are watching at home, Tēnā koutou. Awesome. Good to have you here with the thousands that are here tonight. Actually, no, there's an old saying too, there's another saying that, aha ko he iti, he pounamu. So regardless of how small it is, it's still a treasure. And that's what you bring tonight, whānau. We've come to my most favourite part of the evening, kai. No, not prizes yet, bro. There. Kai. But I'm going to ask one of our rangatahi to come up. Kairangi. Oh, hey, kairangi. And I'm going to ask, take your hood off, Phil. We want to see the millions are watching at home. I'm going to ask Kairangi to do our karakia. Oh, someone call. Answer it. Kairangi to do our karakia for Kai. Is that okay? Kapai? Say, Kairangi.
Cause my eyes, he honore, he kororia, mai narono ki te whenua, whakaro pai ki ngā tangata katoa. Homai i te atua he naka hau ki roto e tēnā o mātou, whakatongia tau arua tapu, hei tohu tahu, hei arataki a mātou, ki roto e tēnā o ihu karaiti. Amen.
Amen. Wait, Kairangi, we're going to give you something. You got to wait. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Next one? Next. That one. That one. Yeah. Have you been to the Lone Star? Dixie chicken. Get the Dixie chicken. It's Mickey. Whanau, so it is that time for Kai. We're just going out to, for 15 minutes. We're just going out to the foyer there. So please come and join us for a light snack, whanau. A light snack. All right? Don't be putting Kai in your pockets for later. It's a light snack. All right, karawhia whanau. Karawhia. Kia ora whānau. We do this quite a lot as whānau. We sort of come together and then we spread apart. Can we actually come back together, please? Can we move down into the seats? Whānau, can you please move? Russ, I'll get my bouncer to come down and ask you for ID, and we don't want that. Haramai. Yeah, can we just fill up these two, the first 3 rows, please, whānau? Please. You get a prize. Che. She said, whakapapa you. And he said, whakarongo you too. Okay. Hey, just before we start, I thank you very much for coming back. Okay, just to get our get our whanaungatanga right. Rua paki tū meke. Do you know this? All right, that's how it goes. So, rua paki, twice, tū meke. Okay, tū meke. Rua paki tū meke. Rua paki tū meke. Rua paki raiona. That's my favorite. Rua paki raiona. It really is my favorite. Hey, ka mai tēnā tātou, hoki mai tātou. Thank you very much for our kaiwaiata. They'll be on tour. They'll be going, oh, there we go. The tour of Gore, Winton, Bluff. We'll get it going. We'll get it going. Is everyone good? Everyone had a good kai? It was light? Good. He mihi tēnei ki te ringawera Pania, mai miharo. E tōku whakaro, pai tēnā. So yeah, we just want to thank Tania from Miharo for putting our light kai together. And I hope that everyone's had a good little taster. Okay, we've done the karakia. No, skip. And, oh. Hunter. They're such cool names, eh? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get into it. Welcome back to the millions watching at home on your phones and your laptops and your iPads. Kia ora, tēnā tātou. Hoki mai ki te Real Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite our next speaker up here, Hunter Kawana. No reira, he rangatira tēnei, mai te nota. So please give her a warm welcome to the stage. Hunter.
Are very lucky girls to have the love and support that we do to this day. One of my most fond memories I have growing up as a kid was coming home from school on a Friday, having a shower, getting all cozy and hopping to my PJs with my sister. My mum would then take us to McDonald's for dinner, followed by the warehouse to pick a toy which we liked, and then to the video shop to get a DVD. This mostly included Barbie, which I still watch to this day. One of the most important things to me is my family, and I would be nothing without them if they weren't there for me throughout all of my life experiences. I will touch more on this and my family later also. So fast forward through my years of school to the age of 14. I was what I would say your regular teenage girl. I loved the beach, hanging out with friends, having fun. And in around this time, I also started experimenting with a little bit of alcohol. I had also just got out of a very innocent teenage relationship when I met a guy. He was 3 to 4 years older than me, 17, 18, and I was 14. I, as most young girls, liked the attention and thought his intentions were nothing but pure. Boy, was I wrong. In the months to come, there was a lot of manipulation, lies, and pressure from him. I can recall numerous conversations where he would tell me that he didn't want to be with me because I was too young, but he would continue to string me along regardless. There were also conversations where he would talk about having sex. I had never done this, of course. I was 14. He would say things like, well, if you don't, I can get it from other people who are older, etc. I told him that I wanted to wait until I was at least 15. Then came the night where I believe it all changed. He had somehow lied his way into coming to stay at my house. He wasn't allowed to sleep in my room. There were many rules in place from my parents. It was one of my friend's birthdays, so we went, got drunk, me a little too drunk, as always. He was then nagging me to go home a lot, and so we did. What followed was the experience of my assault. I'd repeatedly told him no many of times leading up to this night. I had told him no many a times on the night. And I also told him no right before it happened. Without painting too much of a picture in your heads, I was not having sex at this age, but I was doing other stuff. An important note I wanted to make is that just because you're engaging in other sexual activity, it does not guarantee your consent to having sex. Regardless of the many times I told him no, he proceeded to have sex with me anyway, without my permission. And that was how I lost my virginity. For the next 2 years, throughout our relationship, countless events unfolded, including mental and physical abuse, like hitting, pushing, grabbing, and one time he even bit me. He bit me so hard I had a massive bruise on my leg for weeks. He also cheated on me multiple times and would gaslight and lie to me constantly. I could sit here and replay all these events out loud to you, but I don't think it's necessary. All that is necessary to know is that I got out of it, and I'm here now. For me, there was a breaking point moment, which I will briefly paint out for you all for context. To sum it up, we went away to the Mount for New Year's. I got very drunk, as usual. I was sick and spewing on the side of the road. He was horrible to me, calling me names, swearing, etc. Once we went to bed after an argument, he then got on top of me and started strangling me. I can't really remember what was going through my mind at this point in time, but I remember rolling over after he finally got off me and crying myself to sleep while he continued to yell abuse at me. The next day, I knew I was done. I could not wait to get back to New Plymouth and finally leave him. I was scared, I feared for my safety, and I knew it would only get worse, so I had to get out. For me, I would say I had quite an easy exit from what was an extremely toxic relationship. However, before this breaking point, we had broken up and got back together a few times over the years. However, this time it was different. I think a big part of what helped me was my upbringing, and my dad being an ex-policeman. We grew up knowing what was right and what was not okay. We grew up being shown how to treat a woman right, and this was not it. A quote I stand by is, "People come into your life for either a reason, a season, a lifetime, or a lesson." And although this relationship had a massive impact on my life, my relationships, and me as a person over the years, I can't help but be grateful for all that it has taught me moving forward. Now I'm not going to stand here and pretend like my relationships following my trauma have been all butterflies and rainbows, because at times it has been quite the opposite. However, one thing I believe isn't spoken about enough is the aftermath of what sexual assault in an abusive relationship can do to not only the person affected by it, but also the effect it has on future relationships. Over the years, many traumas and horrible side effects, for lack of a better word, started to surface. In my relationship, which followed this abusive, toxic one, this is where I really hit rock bottom. After the initial excitement, attention, and innocence wore off, that's when the insecurities, trust issues, pain, and depression started to surface. It was as if I had no control over what I was thinking and feeling, and that reflected hugely on my relationship and the ways I would act and respond to certain things. My own personal demons started to completely take hold of me, and I believe this was where the peak of my depression started. I would drink a lot, most weekends during this time, in an attempt to numb my pain, which on occasion resulted in an episode of self-harm. Again, without going into too much detail on the topic, I'm left with scars across my body today. As time passed, I chose to cover some of them with tattoos. I don't regret it because I love my tattoos and the meaning behind them. But I just want all of you to know that you don't have to be ashamed of your scars if you, like me, also have them. I look at them today with empathy, not embarrassment. Empathy for the girl I once was who was suffering and hurting. Over the years, and especially during the peak of my depression, I also really struggled with my eating. I remember most days I would go to school with nothing but a packet of bliss balls to eat throughout the day, only allowing myself to have one. Then I would get home and have dinner, my only meal of the day, which was almost always restricted too. I remember it being the one thing I thought about the most. It was around this time that I really started to fall apart. I craved a lot of external validation. I needed to be loved by others as I was unable to love myself. My depression also had a large impact on my home and family life and caused my parents and I to argue a lot. I would often run away, as you do when you're young, to get away from it all. At one point I wasn't living at home, nor was I speaking to my family. My grades at school had plummeted and final school exams were fast approaching. One morning in November of 2016, I woke up and decided to attempt to take my own life. I felt so alone and broken. I, like many others, couldn't see how things were going to get any better. I took around 15 to 20 pills and sent a text message to one of my best friends at the time. Thankfully, she contacted my dad and he then rushed me to the hospital. Some tests were then taken and I spent most of the day in hospital. After a big scare to not only my family and my friends, but also to myself, I was very luckily discharged without a mark. I'm still very thankful for this to this day. I was very lost for the weeks that followed. Luckily for me, I was surrounded by my beautiful family who helped care for me and give me the strength I needed to push forward through this horrible time in my life. Thankfully, a couple months prior to this, I had planned to move up to Auckland straight after high school to pursue my dreams of becoming a qualified makeup artist. And after a few months of healing, this is exactly what I did. These next 6 months were far from easy. It was so hard studying full-time in a city that was foreign to me, whilst being apart from my family for the first time in my life. Thank you. Don't want to keep sniffing the whole time. It was so hard studying full-time in a city that was foreign to me, whilst being apart from my family for the first time in my life, especially after an event like this, but I knew I had the strength to push through. And in July of 2017, I graduated my makeup school with a diploma in fashion, beauty, TV and film makeup. After my studies finished, I decided that I would move back home to be closer to my family and friends again. The next few months flew by, and I had some of the happiest times with my best friends and family back in New Plymouth. It was so nice to be able to reconnect with them again after my 6 months away. The only negative point in my eyes was the city of New Plymouth itself. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful place, and it will always be my hometown. But I enjoy a bit of excitement, some hustle and bustle, and some decent shopping. And for me personally, it just didn't quite cut it. That's when I decided to venture out on my next journey, which would be my move to Wellington. Now, I don't know if it's just me, but I believe there's something about our capital city that's so unique. It is almost as though you can do and be whatever you want there, and there's no sense of judgment. If you're not what people would consider normal, you're not seen as an outcast, which is how I felt a lot of the time growing up back in New Plymouth. You are free to dress and act however you want. There's a place for everyone. At least that's how it made me feel. I believe during the 8 months I had in Wellington, I found a part of me which I was searching for so long. This was when my Instagram journey started to slowly take off. I believe as I found more of my self-worth and self-love, others started to notice it also. I started to show more of who Hunter really was to those around me and to those who followed me online. However, the problem with depression is sometimes it never completely goes away. Some of the effects linger in the background, and when times get a bit harder, if you don't have the mechanisms and strength to cope, it can start to surface again. And this is what eventually happened to me in Wellington. I tried my hardest to push through, and as much as it broke my heart to leave, I knew that's what I had to do in order to heal. So I returned back home once again to take control of my healing process once and for all. Someone who had a massive impact on my healing journey was my beautiful friend Jason. He is the definition in my eyes of what it is to be truly and authentically yourself. His creativity and passion is expressed through his love for makeup, much like myself, and his spirituality. His love for all things glamorous and pretty, as well as his beautiful personality, drew us together in the short space of time we worked together back in New Plymouth. Jason stuck up for me like not many others did, and this is one of the many reasons I'll forever love him. On Sunday the 13th of January 2019, Jason was tragically killed in a car accident just south of New Plymouth. A part of my heart broke. I was confused as to how the universe could take such a kind, loving and generous person. However, a large part of me also found comfort in his passing. As I mentioned before, a part of Jason's life was his spirituality, and I truly feel like when he left me with a gift. I had a sudden urge to want to buy crystals, to look into spirituality, psychics, mediums, the whole lot. Now this may not resonate with you all in the audience, but for me, finding this new way of living, I discovered that there was so much more to life than just the now. It's hard to explain, but I guess in a sense it gave me goals to work towards that I never knew were possible for me. It gave me hopes and dreams for my future. To this day, I look back on Jason's passing and finding my spirituality is a significant turning point for me. I'm so proud to say that since that day, I've not had another single episode of depression. I'm still left with the long-term side effects of anxiety and PTSD, but my overall outlook and quality of life is almost uncomparable to the girl I was 5 years ago. I realise that I am in control of my own life, that if I put my mind to it, I can quite literally do anything. If you think it and you believe it, you will achieve it, and so I did. I continue to share my experiences openly and honestly with my followers on Instagram, much like I've done with you all tonight. Any obstacles that come my way, I work through. I don't give up, because I trust that everything happens for a greater purpose. And even though at the time, you may not be able to see exactly what that purpose is, I promise you, in the near future, you will. 2020 was one of the most challenging years to date for many people, but for my family and I in particular. We lost 3 of our pets, my grandfather passed away, and my beautiful dad was diagnosed with stage 3 bowel cancer. To get through the past couple of years following this with nothing but a stronger mindset and a larger family bond is yet another testament to my strength and growth over the years. If I can get through almost any obstacle a woman my age could ever go through, you can too. The way I see it is that the universe, God, whoever you refer to, wouldn't give these challenges to just anyone. They gave them to me because they knew I was born to shine my light on others. They gave them to me because they knew I could handle it. After all, my name is Hunter. Fast forward to 2022. Who is Hunter now? I am happy and I'm healthy. The relationship I have with myself is so much more positive. I try to treat myself as if I would my best friend or my sister, with kindness, love and empathy. Over the past couple of years, I found what I believe to be my passion, my Instagram. Now to some this may seem superficial, but for me it's much more than just posting photos of myself. It's a space where I feel safe to be my authentic self, a space where I can share not only my creativity but also my stories. I find so much healing in helping others who have been through similar experiences to me. I've had the opportunity to collaborate with some amazing companies on Instagram. For example, Puma, New Balance, HelloFresh, GHD, Clothing, and many more. These are things I could only ever dream of when I was younger, and I'm not even halfway there in my eyes. I've also had the chance to model for a couple of well-known magazines here in New Zealand, like Fashion Quarterly and Together Journal. I have a beautiful partner who has welcomed me with open arms into his circle of friends and family in Queenstown/Invercargill, and a bunch of them are here tonight. I just want to say thank you so much for coming. It honestly means the world to me. He loves me and he supports me, and the love I feel for him and our little life together is unlike much else I've felt before. To wrap up, I wanted to leave you with some daily tips that have really helped me on my healing journey. Wake up every morning excited for what the day holds, regardless of what yesterday brought you. Get out for walks in nature and listen to podcasts. I find this also really helps to clear the mind and to motivate. Listen to music. I listen to music more than I listen to my own voice, which is a lot. Music has played a huge part in finding my peace. Exercise, whichever way you enjoy it most. Write in a journal. I write down my goals every so often and I read them to myself. A journal is also a great place to write down your emotions. Talk to someone. Remember, it's okay to ask for help. I still to this day see a therapist. And trust me when I say it's an awesome way to vent and cry when needed. Be grateful. Practice gratitude every day. Think to yourself, what am I grateful for today? My partner, my family, my friends, myself, my kaha or my strength. Anything. Don't take anything for granted because you never know when it might be gone. And most importantly, be yourself. Your true, authentic self, and don't ever apologise for it. Feel free to follow along with my journey on Instagram. My handle is as above. I'm always open to chat, to offer advice, and to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Ka pai, tēnā koe Hunter. Nō reira, koutou mā. If there's any pātai, any questions you'd like to ask Hunter? Yep.
So this one on my arm was for my grandma. She passed away with cancer in 2015, and it's just a bunch of her favourite flowers. And then the arrows on my thigh, I think at the time I remember Googling, I can't remember what it was, but the meaning of an arrow is like it gets pulled back first before it can go forward and move forward in life. So, yeah, I thought that resonated a lot with me. So that's why I got that one, and then I have a few others that are just like, cute little things.
Any other questions? I've got one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Let me think of it first. Dave go first.
I think it was hard for me at the time because obviously, you know, you're young and I bet it's hard as a mum, you know, wanting your kids to experience life for themselves without controlling them too much or without them thinking like, you know, you're being a horrible mum, blah, blah, blah. But I think just recognising the red flags for me would have been a big thing. So maybe like educating children in rangatahi more about like, you know, what to look out for and what's not okay and what you don't have to put up with. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing.
Damn it, that was my question. Jeez. I think my question really is for you, Hunter, at such a young age in such a toxic relationship. And I went back to daddy mode and going, where's this mom? And if your father was that, was the ex-cop, I'm sure he would have been doing the same.
Absolutely.
Ringing a few of his mates. But anyway, my question is this. Well, I suppose, what advice the now hunter would give to the younger hunter? What would that advice be if the now hunter could go back and give anything to the younger hunter?
Probably just be yourself. Like, I think I spent a lot of my younger years trying to be much older than I was because I just felt pressure, like from, I don't really know what from, to be honest, but I just wanted to be so much more than what I was. And, you know, I seeked, like I mentioned in there, seeked validation from other people rather than finding it within myself. So, yeah, I guess just be yourself, and also don't be afraid to like talk about what's going on. I think I held a lot of it in back then, whereas now I'm much more open. Whereas if I actually spoke about, you know, the abuse and stuff, for example, I feel like it would have saved me from a lot of other experiences to come. So yeah, listen to your parents as well.
And that guy wasn't the one, the guy in Queenstown. Nice. Hunter, thank you very much for your kōrero kia tātou I tēnei pō. He kōrero taumaha tēnei mō tō tātou wahine I putatu. So to our young woman out there, so thank you very much. How do I get a photographer like that?
Who was it?
Yeah. Oh, he's right there?
No, my younger sister took that one when she was down for a trip.
Oh, it's not you?
Sometimes.
Oh, that's another story. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Hunter. Yes, please take your tissues with you. Ka pai. Real talk. Prizes. Oh, hey, you can tell the future. Ka pai. Okay. Hunter spoke about the things she does for her own mental health, for her own well-being. Give me two things. Yes. Exercising and being grateful. Is that right, Hunter? Yeah. There we go. Congratulations. Very handy. Do you live in Invercargill? Very handy when you live in Invercargill. Oh. And this is when your friend goes, why? It's all right. Like I said earlier, I identify as a rich white guy, so I got that summer brand bronze tan, all the way from Taupo. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait. It's a double or nothing. But wait, there's more. Okay. Nutrient rescue. So what is nutrient rescue?
It's healthy. Who's on a healthy buzz?
Is it like a shaker?
Yeah. Oh, and then there's like...
Oh, okay.
whole food stuff. Yeah.
Aye? Oh, kia tere. Okay, kia tere. It's great for you, okay? From anyone, what's 2 things you can take away so far from tonight? 2 things. Sorry, there? Say that again, sorry. Knowledge and experience. She answered it 3 times, she gets it. Okay. Oi. The star. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our next KAIKŌRERO. Please welcome to the stage, because I see that we might be a little bit under time, over time. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Pania te Paiho.
Up here? Is this on? I don't even need it, let's be honest, fun with my big mouth. That's why I'm actually here. So, kia ora, my name's Pania te Paiho. Now, I'm the founder of a kaupapa called Wāhine Tour Hunting. But before all of that, I grew up in a place called KŌRERO. In KŌRERO, so people think I was born out in the bush. And I wish I was. But no, I was born up in the hood. I grew up in poverty. My dad killed himself when I was really young. I was thrown out, made homeless. Then I was whāngai by Ngāti Paro. So shout out Ngāti Paro. Hey! Straight. Oh, fuck, look at the fucking Anyway, I learned a lot of life lessons through that time. I hated my childhood, whānau. I really did. I hated it because it was so much mumwais, it was so much lumps. But you know what? Now when I stand here, I wouldn't take any of that away. I walked that path, so all the kaupapa I do for Wāhine Tour Hunting and all the kids that I KōRERO with talk to this kid. I'm talking to past versions of myself. So when I talk about that later, that's who I'm actually talking to. Before I get to that, I'll go back. Right, so this kid here, full of trauma. Fighting, stealing, just fucking everything you can think of. Trying to just find my way in the world. Luckily, like I said, my auntie and uncle whāngai me, but it was a bit too late. And what do kids, well, you know, at this age, what do they get up to when no one loves them? They look for love in the wrong people. That's what I did. But same thing, it wasn't like he was perfect either. His childhood was fucked as well. So we're both trying to heal each other, we're both broken. Nah, bro, nah. So what we ended up doing, because this is logical, let's have some kids to fix that. No. So of course, the old story goes, I was living up to every single stereotype a Māori woman could live up to very well. Fuck's sake. Oh yeah, by the way, I swear heart out and just whatever, you would know that. And I ended up being a single mum in Wins. And I don't know if any of you have been in Wins, but it's a fucking modi munching place that you never want to be. Then I met a fella, he taught me how to hunt, and I got connected into the land, I got connected into the tile, but more importantly, I got connected into rangatiratanga and mana motuhaki that comes from the land. Your connection to the land, it's a whole pātaka. It can help you feed your whānau, it can help you feed communities, it can also do this. But yeah, that's where I reclaim my mana, my wairua, everything came from te tile, came from ngā ngahere. Unfortunately, I found myself back in Wins, but as an advocate this time, for my cousin. And I sat there and I looked around the waiting room, and the thing that fucking broke my heart, it was all Māori woman in there, on our own whenua, sitting in there asking for a handout. There's a pātaka mara. There's a pātaka from Tangaroa. There's one from the bush. It's all there. The only difference between me and these people now, these women that I saw my versions of myself in, this connection and the knowledge hadn't been passed on. That was the only difference between me and them. The thing that made it even fucking worse is when me and my cousins are standing there, one of her mates came up and she was just about to cry and she had a baby with her. She didn't want to fucking be there in the first place. She asked for a food grant and they turned her down. So not only has her fucking mana been munched, she still can't feed her kid. I went away and thought about this. Someone was like, can someone teach me how to hunt? Got you, G. This is what I'm going to do. I can't do much, but I can reconnect you back to Te Tao like that gift that was given to me. Hold up. Right now, Wāhine Tuahanti, at the time, actually, I'll go back. At the time when I started this kaupapa, there was no kaupapa like Wāhine Tuahanti for Wāhine Māori. Not like this. No one fucking believed in it. This is where I feel you. No one fucking believed in it. Well, how the fuck's this going to work? Mate, you're a shit hunter. Still am. But the thing is, it did. And as I stand before you today, my waiting list is at 4,000 plus. I don't have any funding, and I don't want our people's money. I don't charge for any of this. It comes out of my own putia. Because the last thing I want to do is ever take money from a woman that cannot afford to feed her babies for knowledge I got for free. At the moment, I'm on hiatus at the moment from my hunts whānau because about 5 months ago, I broke my back, so my back's fucked. That's why I'm like walking around like an ADHD guy. I'm just like, I cracked my chest, tripped my hip, ripped my stomach, and fucked my wrist. Like I'm fucked right now. I don't even know how I'm walking, but whatever. But in retrospect, this actually turned out to be a blessing. You're like, how? I'll tell you later, but you've got to remind me because last time I forgot. Right. Where's this going? Oh, right. Now this is another kaupapa. So as Wāhine Tour Hunting's platform grew, social media grew with it. And what was happening, just like in real life, all the kids have always called me the auntie and I'm the one they'll come to talk to. Because I've been there. Like I said, I'm talking to younger versions of myself. Unfortunately, about 4 years ago, my nephew killed himself. And I had, on top of that, I had all these kids coming to me in my inbox saying, auntie, I need help. This is before the mental health bill came in. There was no money to help these kids. These kids couldn't get help in their rohe because they didn't live in that area, so we didn't give a fuck. The shit they were telling me in their inbox broke my fucking heart every single fucking day. I was like, right, I got a big mouth, you have the stories, let's go to fucking Parliament, let's go. So I asked my sister, who knows Nicola Adam? Nix, who knows Nix? And Koe East. I had to have such hearty po, because it's a fucking heavy kaupapa, man. So I was so blessed that they marched along beside me and helped me. I didn't have a plan. I never do. Oh yeah, 10,000 people wanted to come, by the way. That was pretty cool. That's my daughter. Anyway. 10,500 people wanted to come and talk this kaupapa. That's not a good thing. That shows how badly this is in our community. How much of us are touched by this fucking taniwha. We get there was about 2,000 people there, whānau. I didn't know what to do. I just knew we just had to get them to the Parliament and I just had to give them this. Because in my inbox and to everybody that wouldn't help them, they were yelling at brick walls. We got there. And I was so worried that these kids wouldn't speak. I was like, fuck, it's hard enough for me to speak, let alone these young kids going through the mumais. And unfortunately, I was so fucking wrong. The kōreros that came out just keep coming. At the time, there was a 14-year-old, but at the time, she was 10. She walked to school with her best friend, and her best friend jumped in front of a train and killed herself in front of this 14-year-old kid, who was 14 at the time, and she couldn't get any help for her mental health for 4 fucking years. Because of this, and because of you, Rangatahi, speaking up, wasn't me. Escaped you. Because you spoke up and asked for help. We ended up getting mental health funding for the lower half of the New Zealand for young men that came through the health bill. So it is important that you speak. Speak. I'm fucking listening if no one else is. Now, what I was saying before about how, see how I was saying before about how it was a good thing I've broken my back. We're like, how the fuck is that good? ACC, jokes. Is that unfortunately, which coincide, well, I'd like to say aligned, with the breaking of my back, was a massive insurgent of young people in my inbox every fucking day, every fucking night. The kōrero that they're fucking giving me, whānau, is not that. This is just one. Every single night, there is a new kid or two new kids that add to my kōrero that I'm already dealing with because they feel safe to come and talk to me. And it's my fucking privilege to talk to them. But this is the kind of stuff that our babies are going through. And this is a very big trigger warning, so I'm fucking telling you now, it's a very big trigger warning. Why this is important, well, I think this is important to read it out. This is not me. This is our babies speaking out. And no one's fucking listening to them. Or we think we are. I'm nervous to write to you, but thank you for talking about how it is for our rangatahi. They never listen. Everything is our problem. My sister hung herself in the shed. They blamed her auntie, her. I hate it. I hate all of it. They shouldn't have a tangi. Or they said that she shouldn't have a tangi because of it. And they buried her upside down. I don't know why I'm telling you this, but maybe it's because I know you're one of the only ones that listen to us. Fuck these adults around here. Fuck them all. We love you, and I know you're not my auntie, but you're my auntie. Okay, sorry. This is every night. I was just out there having a kōrero with another young rangatahi. When I was in the hotel room, my uncle rang me. He's like, can you come down to the mental health and talk to these young girls that are locked up with mental health issues? Can you come down? This doesn't stop. So what do we do? I know all I can do is just say this. If you are having problems and you're rangatahi in here now, or you know someone that is, reach out to me. Message me at Wāhine Toa Hunting. I don't give a fuck if it's 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I don't care. You know why? Because I'd rather fucking be on there talking to you, getting you through it, than have to fucking go on the news again and say your fucking name because you didn't make it. I will help you the best I can. There are people in this audience that will help you the best they can. If you come to me, I will try to do everything to keep you here. I fucking promise. I promise. Kia ora. Kia ora. No, you're actually right. So what happened is, because I wasn't taking the hunts, because this kind of shit drains your mauri. If anybody knows anything about te ao wairua, you're dealing in mauri. You're giving what you can and you're taking back, and it's flow. When I do kaupapa, I commit hundies, like it's hundies. So not being able to do the hunts meant I could stand back and help these kids more as the influx came when I broke my back. Does that make sense? I mean, I thought it did in my head, but yeah. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. Questions? Q&A, real quick. Let's go. No questions? Yep.
So I'm Murihiku, so I'm of Ratana. So I go to Timipara or I go to the Ngahere and I cleanse myself here. I don't drink, so I've stopped drinking for about 8 months, because what I did find is when I was drinking, I was holding it, it was sticking to me, and it has to flow through me. You know, this is just an event to help our babies get the voice out, but it's not my mamais to hold. And I can't say it don't fucking cut me up every fucking day. Some of the shit I'm reading is just showing me the darkest part of New Zealand. But that's how I'm going. I just go to Timipara or I go out the bush. Like, yeah, that. Would have been the bottle store, but I've evolved.
It's a puna wairua now, eh? Any other questions? Yep.
Because I saw the need. when you see the need of your people, when you see them sitting there hungry, it's not about proving you and you and you wrong or getting it done for them and to be like, fuck you. It's going, this chick needs some help. I'm going to help her regardless of what you fucking say. You can watch it later. You can watch it later because right now it's about helping our people. That's all that matters. If you stay on your purpose, you stay on your kaupapa, it will always work. Long as you're pono, God will always get you through it, girl. Straight up. I think I'm preaching. Yeah. That's such a massive. To be fair, there is something that I have noticed, and it's the process of our people, because poverty, colonization, those two fucking things just give us a hiding every day. It would be the process of our people being able to get their bond paid for their housing. I know 4 people that manage in the fucking housing crisis to get a fucking house, and one's declined them the bond. So they missed out on the housing, so they remained at the fucking couches and in the fucking hotels. That was the barrier right there. So they're still in the hotels because they were like, no, and then they just didn't. And the process is too slow. That process to get our people out of fucking housing, because so much of the babies in housing, message me, bro, they are fucking going through hell. So if we can get them the fuck out of there, that process needs to be boom. Are you right? Are you good? Let's talk to the property brokers. Dunk. It needs to be just on. It will literally save our babies' lives. That process condensed. Yeah.
What's one good thing that you've seen change?
Well, like I said, when I started, there was no kaupapa like Wāhine toa hunting. Now there's heaps. Like, that for me is everything, especially right now I can't do it. I see all these other Wāhine getting out planting seeds. I see these kaupapa down here in Nelson soon. Like, all of that flourishing, man. And because I can't get on it right now, watching it flourish is fucking everything. I just plant seeds with my big mouth and watch it grow. And it's beautiful, bro. Is that it?
Ka pai? Ka pai. Homai te paki whānau. Tēnei te mihi ki a koe te rangatira. Te manukura mo tō kōrero ki a tātou. Nō reira e te whaia. Ka rere tōne tō whai I rongi a koe. Tau te aroha. Okay, come on, you've broken it now, Pania. Come on. Oh, go back. Oh, look at that handsome bugger. Okay. But we want to go back. The prizes. Oh, God. It's a hat. Ka pai. Here we go. Here we go. Pania described where she grew up. Where did she grow up? Oh, well. Can you wait till I ask you? Jesus, just like a whānau. Wow. Okay, next question. Well, you can't say Porirua now. Pania was whāngaid to an iwi, to a whānau. Where was that whānau from? Go. You don't yell it out. There's the winner. Ka pai. Jeez. Ka pai. What's 2 plus 2? Oh, window. To the wall. Okay, here we go. No, go back. Ladies and gentlemen, for our final speaker this evening, handsome devil he is, all the way from Te Taurihu, please give it up for Timoti. Moran.
Che whānau. Look at all my Murihiku whānau. Man, amazing. It's really awesome being here. You've that's my kōtero. She's going on a hunting trip for a week when we get home. Thanks to my cousin, her auntie. He's been a big part of this. And it's all about, I'm just going to sit down here with my whānau and have a bit of a kōrero. So I was born on the east coast of the North Island, Te Atanga Hauiti Ngāti Porou, ko Hikurangi te maunga, ko Titirangi te maunga. My mother whakapapas back to Tainui Waikato, so Ngāti Mahuta, Ngāti Mahanga, Maniapoto, te iwi. My father whakapapas back to Porou and to Ngāpui. I was told never to tell my Ngāpui whānau because people don't like Ngāpui. But I was born of Ngāpui and look at me. Ka pai nei. Yes, I had a normal upbringing, brought up with 14 of my siblings. We lived and were raised on a farm. We had cows and sheep and heaps of horses. When we filled up the school bus, it was pretty much 3 whānau up our valley that filled up the school bus. My whānau and 2 of our cousins' whānaus down the road. Everyone else just sort of squeezed into the bus. You know, that was my life growing up in a beautiful whānau home. Okay, get back to the nitty-gritty, and what happens at night is that whānau home was imbued with darkness. You know, like many of my whānau homes. You know, from the age of 2 until I was 13, I was raped, as was life. When I was taken out of the family home when I was 9, moved away to Wairoa, to where my father's kahungunu as well, and went to college there. Hated every minute of it. Wairoa was a very gang-related. You were beaten up, really. That was the day of it. And me being the youngest, I was very cheeky, and I could run because I had to run away from all my siblings. You know, when I got smart. So for me, what I wanted when I was young was a family, a whānau. You know, because I knew what was happening in my whānau was wrong, and I knew what was happening in the whānau of my cousins, and I'm talking about a huge whānau. You know, that didn't work, and then a couple of years later, it worked for my nephew. 2 weeks after that, my brother committed suicide. 2 years after that, Rangatahi giving up because they have parents who have also given up. You know, we can't support our rangatahi if we're not being supportive, and they're in the role as parents. And I always wanted to be a parent, to give my kids stuff I never had. So when I got married a second time, because I was trying to be a good husband, my second wife once again went through bad patches, had 2 boys, and then she left me. So then I attempted suicide a second time. That put me in the eye of the mental health services, so much so that when they got involved, they've given me a mental rating of I'm less 30% of my mental capacity, just through hanging myself. I then tried again a year later to hang myself. That was pretty hard because I lost all my friends. You know, come out of hospital, became part of the police watch program. They would come and visit me quite regularly. And it was there that I thought, now I really need to get away from what I was running away from. And I didn't have the tools to do that like we have today, you know. I would say the rangatahi here today, we have so many tools that we can put in your kete to help you through these bad times. And I know it's pretty hard out there with the last 3 years of COVID being here, you know, but there are people that care. The upshot of this was when I turned 50, because I've always been cheeky. I've never grown up. I'm still 13, just with an extra 47 years of living life on top of it. Because my sister, when she always kept telling me, grow up, boy, you need to grow up. And I just never wanted to. Because there was a certain part of my life when I was 13 that was great, you know. Never had to worry about turning the light on in my room to be safe. Never had to worry about mum bringing home prostitutes to have their way. Never had to worry about being afraid, really, you know. And that was my most golden year, was 13, you know. So we're here for you, rangatahi. We're here for you, every single one of you, okay? And then when I turned 50, I had a dream where this massive taniwha came up from the awa and dragged me down to the river. I had that dream 3 times in one night until the taniwha finally got me into that awa. That morning I got my wife and my children up. This was 6-7 years ago, and we went down to the awa, and right where the taniwha dragged me in there was a 70-kilo boulder of inanga pounamu. Now this is a swimming hole where we always swim. What made it even more amazing was that on the pathway down to this pounamu was a tuki that was about 600 years old, lying on the path. And this is an area where my children and us go swimming all the time. So that was when my life changed, when I grew up. Then with the help of Te Pitahi Tango Te Waipounamu, our whānau ora agency, I approached them and went to a hui, and they were able to give me a small amount of money as a grant, and I bought some tools and taught myself to carve pounamu. We were quite broke when we embarked on this journey. We never took a benefit. We did it all off our own back, and I think for the first 3 years we survived on less than $12,000 with me, my wife and my 3 children. We live in a skyline garage, coasty styles, you know, but that's in Te Tauihu on the farm. Used to be Dad's tractor shed, so they dragged the tractor out. I built him a new barn, and that's where we live. Still an outside toilet, outside shower, outside bath. You know, it's a skyline garage, but it's home, you know. It's raised my children to be the beautiful people that they are. And because of that dream, I then started having more. I had 12 dreams all up to start with. And so I tramped into the ngahere, and in every one of those dreams I found the pounamu that was there. Some of them, 20 to 30 tonne in size, you know. Most of them were about the size of either a mini or a 4-wheel drive. And then that led to these, for me, really hard nights of trying to cope with these dreams. So a mate of mine came around and he said, "Oh, bro, I know how to stop dreams." He said, "Have a puff on this." So he gave me a joint, and I tell you, I slept for 2 days. I'm like, holy, but I didn't dream. So for about a year, I just smoked pot with him every occasion he come out. No more dreams that it was all kei te pai, not even now. You know, the dreams came back thick and fast. We thought we had these grand visions of being very wealthy, because pounamu does that, it's a treasure. But no, we were wrong there too. Everything just fell over. So there had to be a reason that my tupuna who were walking beside me was showing these taonga to me. And I went to a hui, and that's where the idea came to me when I listened to a young man speak his kōrero as being part of the social services scene with our oranga tamariki. And I just thought, man, if this young man can stand on stage and kōrero his kōrero, and to make real to me what all of our children who have had this horrible taki that they have to work through, you know, if this is what they're going to do, I know what I'm going to do with my pounamu. So I started me and my whānau, us together, we started a gifting program called Tumaya. So Tumaya to us has been 2 years on the go. We are gifting taonga to every child in state care. And we've done it without putia, we've done it without funding, we've just done it. You know, we don't have a lot of money, but the thing is when you operate on koha, you don't need money. You know, everything's done to a different level. Money puts a value on something, and that's how we perceive its value. Koha does not do that. To do koha, you are giving of your best, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. So we decided that by going and smashing this amazing prospect of doing this work together, that it's going to change lives. And so we've been doing it for 2 months. We're working now with Voice Whakarongo Mai, and of course with the joys of being part of the Real Talk whānau. It's really just exploded. You know, the waka we were on before was going quite slow, now it's got hundreds of people on it. It's been a blessing for me to be able to share the taonga that I was given, and to share it in such a way that puti is not involved. It's been also amazing the amount of agencies or carvers that have come on board, including Tai Potini. So when our children are getting these taonga, all of these amazing people have heaped their wairua into that taonga. If I would see there's lots of pounamu in the room, you know, for me to describe pounamu, it's solidified wairua. You know, it's the wairua of a star that came down, the son of Tangaroa from Te Ikaroa, settled on earth with his grandmother, and that's who we wear around our neck, pounamu. And that's my story. We're here today, and I thank you for listening to it.
Chair, ka pai. Have we got any questions? Have we got any questions for Timoti?
Yeah, so it took a couple of years of trying to get the concept of what we were going to do, and then I started making rings, and then I started making hundreds of rings, and then wedding rings just started flowing in, and we were always left with the core of the ring, and I would just throw them into an ice cream container. So much so that there was probably 20 ice cream containers full of these amazing little dots, or ira, as we call them. And usually from union, you know, you get married to have rangatahi. So when I started thinking about it, I thought, man, this is the best way we should do this. So we as a whānau decided that through the union of marriage you get children, what better way to start marriage than giving those ira to the whānau who are getting married. And then from that, that's where we got our story, is that the ira, through union you get married, have children, so what better way to give that gift to our kids in care. Right? And it's not just Māori children who are getting our taonga, it's all our children across the board. And it has to be for it to work. With the amount I'm carving, it's going to take me 10 years just to even get to that number. But not only that, it's a fluid movement. You know, children are coming on every day, every week, every month. So it's something that has to carry on. So what we've decided as a whānau is to train rangatahi who are in care to carve, and then the rangatahi, I want themselves to carry this on. And with that, we work with Voice Whakarongo Mai as the agency to do that. And we've been working with them now for a year, and they're our advocacy, they're our face, which is why I got my mata ora done. It makes me realise that I have to stand pono and tika with what I do, and that if our rangatahi are going to learn from what I've been through and what I do now, then, you know, hopefully it's our rangatahi that will bring our whakapapa back to where it should be. Whether they get moko, whether they teach reo, whether they do poi, you know. And they haven't stamped it out. In fact, it's stronger now than it was yesterday. And I'm just blessed, really blessed. Oh, okay, so so our website is Taonga by Timoti, and then on that we have a Tumaya gifting page where you can go directly and gift, or you can purchase from our shop, and then that allows us to carve as well. So we've got other carvers in New Zealand now who are coming on board who have been part of the system, and it's just the waka's just taken off and it's filled up really quick. Yeah. If anything, it's not healed them, but it's made them visible. You know, before they were hidden. You know, hidden from view. What the pounamu has done is, because we swim in it, you know, and I eat it because I carve it. So, you know, it's in the ear. It's we live with it. You know, my children gather it more than I do. What made me realise that it was a gift was I was telling a dream to my wife about this person who was with me gathering pounamu, and then my baby walked into the room and told the exact same dream, and she was the person in the dream with me. So it's this amazing, pounamu has the way to heal. You know, it's the heart of a star. You know, it's something that's 350 million years old. You know, so pounamu has seen the birth and death of Jesus Christ. You know, it's seen the birth and death of all the dinosaurs that have lived on this planet. You know, that's this taonga that we wear around our neck. And you know, when we're dead, every one of us here in this room, the taonga we have around our neck is still going to be here 350 million years later. Oh, kapai with pakoe, they're cousins. Yeah, aye. So, you know, that's what we get to use and hold and wear. You know, so it's a real massive privilege. And, yeah, I wouldn't change anything. 50 years of being a tutu to 3 years of where I am now, I won't change it at all. Yeah. One of the things I did was, with all that was happening to me, I ran away from being a Māori and became a Pākehā. hated.
What are you looking at me for?
Yeah, hated everything Māori. You know, so much so that I became a Jehovah's Witness for 40 years. You know, just had nothing to do with my whānau. That changed when I turned 50 and had my dream. And then my sister finished our whakapapa, and then that connected me back to my mum's Ngāti Mahuta Tainui whānau, where a representative of Tainui came down and flew me back up to Hamilton, and then I became part of Te Rākau Humari o Te Kingitanga. And for that I carved the weapons for the king, for his personal bodyguard to use. There's 12 in the Te Rākau Humari o Te Kingitanga, and I'm number 13, the one kept in the shed. The one last, always. But sorry, I didn't answer that question. But my moko was the fact that, one, because I represent the Kingitanga, but two, because I represent my profession, which is a carver. Yep. Because the lower half of your mata ora is your physical being. So you eat, you talk, you breathe, you speak through your lower half. Your kai ngā waru, your upper half, your titirere, that's your ascension to your spiritual half. And they have to be together to work. So when I got the bottom half done, the top half had to be done because of the wairua within the pounamu that we work with. It's really centered me and slowed me down because I suffer from PTSD, I suffer from ADD. You know, I don't mind working till 11 o'clock at night. You know, that's just a given. But it's helped me see things more clearly. And when I know if I'm going to relapse, I just keep carving. And then before you know it, that relapse is gone.
If I can just share a story real quick about Timoti. The first time I met Timoti was about, 8 years ago, nearly 10 years ago now. We're at a wānanga up in Nelson. I want to say Nelson. Where was it? Blenheim. It was in Blenheim. And Timoti had just started doing his carving, his pounamu carving. And at this wānanga, Timoti was going around and the people that he would relate to, he would give a pounamu to. And these are beautiful pounamu. And I remember the gift he gave me was a heitiki. And usually a pounamu has been polished and refined and shines. But Timoti's work at the time was raw stone. So it was just the stone. There was no polish to it. There was just the pounamu. And then, of course, the carving of which was on there, which really, at the time, indicated who the man was. Not really polished, but still beautiful. Now, that heitiki that was gifted to me, I remember it was about 3 weeks after I got it, one of my aunties in Ōtautahi in Christchurch looked at me and said, "Boy, I had a dream about that heitiki." What does that tell you? Kia ora, auntie. Ka pai. So she got that heitiki. And then she passed away probably a couple of years after that, but that heitiki went to her moko. And now I know that that moko of hers, who's older now because she's got kids, gave that heitiki to her oldest boy. And that's a generational thing, but it shows you about the stone. Not everything has to be polished. Not everything has to be shiny and bright. We can be really raw, but still be beautiful. And that really showed me the true essence of who Timoti was at the time. And this is before the matora. You know, this is when I met Timoti, and he was a skinny fella with this really long grey beard, but just full of life and full of wanting to know and just full of giving. And I can hear that in your kōrero e te rangatira, and tō kōtero e noho ki tō taha. That shows the true essence of the man, of the person, when you know your tamaiti will sit beside you, because that shows the essence of a parent. And I think that's just the rawness of who we are. And I just wanted to mihi atu ki a koe, i ngā Waikato, and I've already asked for a replacement for my heitiki. But yeah, so thank you very much for your kōrero, my bro. O mai te paki whānau. Ka pai. Okay, let's see for the circs. Huh? Oh, prize. Yeah. There we go, that's the name. And you can gift the other one. Ka pai, tēnā koe. So you've been given 2. Who were you going to gift the other one to? Whoever's paying for McDonald's. Ka pai. Tēnā koe te hine. To Maya, stand strong, brave, bold. Yes, ka pai. Oh, you had a power slide. You didn't even use it. Wow. What? Wow. I know we've... Last one. Ka pai. Out of all our KAIKŌRERO tonight, out of all the kaupapa that we've had tonight, what's something that you will take home? In fact, what's something that you will share with someone else? Ooh. Which one? You pick. I'm out. You pick. I'm out, Liz. And what's something that you will share with someone? Oh, they're cool. Che, ka pai. Ka pai, ho me te pakupaki. That's from the Better Tea Company. Make a cup of tea, girl. Che, ka pai. Give it to... Taonga, but we've done that one. Yeah.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora anō. So I know we're running over time and I'm so sorry, and I hope you've all enjoyed your evening, and I know that's been very emotional for a lot of us. a couple of things. Is anybody in the audience, any rangatahi that needs a ride home to get home safely? That's what I want to cover off first. Has everyone got a ride home? Ka pai? Everyone okay? What about Pākeke? You need a ride home? No? Okay, cool, ka pai. Bex, taxi? Now, for us, in order to do what we do, and your feedback is really important. So if you can just take a moment and scan this, I mean, if you've got a pamphlet, do it tomorrow, because the scanning code on the back of the pamphlet links you to a survey, and it's important for us to understand how this has impacted you, what we can do to improve, so that we can take that feedback and haere tonu, continue with our journey going forward. So that was that one. So on the back of your pamphlet, if you haven't got one already, please scan it. And my last thing is, have we got 4 rangatahi in the audience that we can film, with your permission, for feedback on how this event has made you feel, because that's why we're here. So I've got some prizes. I need 6 rangatahi and I need wāhine and tāne.
What about 8?
Got 8?
Yep.
Yep. I can make 8 prizes. Wait. Yeah, haere mai ki konei. I only need 6. Wait, is there 2 boys over here? 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Not used to. Keihia tama. 1. Kōrero mai ki a koe? Ai. Ka pai. So you just come over here when you're ready afterwards, and we'll just film you. We'll try not to keep you too long. It's just 2 questions, and it won't take long at all, and we'll make you comfortable, and we'll give you a prize. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou.
Kia ora tan. Just really quickly, sorry, I've got George in the audience here. Now, George is a manager of a farm. He just came here tonight to listen, to observe, yeah, that word, to watch, listen, learn. But what he's got is a job for one of our rangatahi who would like to learn to work on a farm as a dairy farmer. So we don't have to know. I'm going to come see him later. Ka pai. So go and talk to Tracy. Tracy's got you, George. Sweet. Easy. Woodlands. Oh, there's another job over here on a farm. So I'm their manager. I get 15% of all their wages. No. Ka pai. So we're going to get some information there as well. So it is about the hookups. One thing I want to try and do, and I know we do this quite often, especially here in Invercargill and Murihiku, Waihope, is that everyone in this room. Can we turn the lights on, please? Because I'm very tanned. Ka pai. So everyone in this room, my challenge to you is this. Wherever you go, whether it be in Queenstown, whether it be in Wyndham, Mataura, Dunedin, Edendale, Colac Bay, Riverton, Bluff, wherever it is, wherever you go, please remember the faces in the room. And when you see someone next, say hello. Say kia ora. Because we became whānau tonight. We've shared some very taumaha kaupapa, some very heavy subjects with each other. And that takes wairua, that takes spirit. And sometimes we just leave the building and go, oh, yeah, that was okay. But what we want to try and do is create connection. Because real connection means something. It means that we can actually turn to someone. I would rather have someone moaning beside me for the rest of their lives than not having them there at all. So something like that. So if you see me walking down the street, please buy me a pie and a banana milk, and I'm a happy man. Are you going to get a job out? All right. Nō reira, e tiwi e te whānau. I know it's late. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to Real Talk. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you to all our speakers. Give them all a big round of applause, please. Don't forget as well, please do the survey. Your voice matters. We want this again, and we'd love for Real Talk to come back and the whole room filled with whānau.
Who wants us to come back?
Ka pai, angana hoa tu te rākau ki tā tātou rangatira, e whakakapi tā tātou kaupapa, nō reira tēnā koutou. My name is Raniera Dallas. If you've got any complaints, please write it down on a piece of paper, fold it up real tight, put it in your pocket, come back next year. Kia ora.
And get him a pai. Hoi no tēnā tātou, ko tāku no he tautoko hai whakakapi tēnei pō. Tēnā koutou e kaha a whakarongo mai ki ngā pū kōrero, e tūwhera nei te ngākau. E rongo koe ki ngā taumahatanga I tō rātou nei wā. Hoi no kai ki tēne, he rā kai tua, he rama kai tua, kia ora, kia mātou, kia rangatira. Nō reira, kia tau mai nā mātanga ki rongi a tātou katoa, kia mahia rā te hua mākihiki, kia toi te kupu, kia toi te reo, kia toi te aroha, kia toi te whanaungatanga ki wānganui a tātou, uhi wero taumai te mauri, haumi e hui e. And we just got to finish off with a waiata. It's only got about 10 words. Taki tū tātou. Etu, etu, etu. Te a. Love. Kia ora tātou, pōmana hau. Tūna! Tauki e! Mauri ora whānau.